Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the 2022 Groft Charity Classic. Yesterday we had a fairly wild day. The action started here at the Country Club of York. Unfortunately, we were hit by some very heavy rains, and the first 2 rounds completed at Wisehaven Indoor Tennis Center going into the early evening last night. Overnight, we've had relatively dry conditions. The courts are ready for action, and we have 2 outstanding semifinals that will be played here today. On our feature court, we're going to have Holden Coons and Aubrey Nesbitt. They basically advanced to the semifinals yesterday with 2 pretty outstanding victories. Which my partner here, Mark Wheeler, this is Bill Long, by the way. We both had the opportunity to watch both these teams play last night, and we're anticipating a great match. Against Coons and Nesbitt will be Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu. They had 2 outstanding wins yesterday, particularly the win in the quarterfinal, where they knocked off the number 3 seed in the tournament, Singh and Fasora. So we're looking for an outstanding match here this morning. Mark and I will get into some of the analytics around it. We've introduced a couple of these players, Phil and Elizabeth, yesterday, but we're going to go back through and kind of set the table for the action today on the feature court that we have. Before we do that, I just want to touch base on the second semifinals that we have set up here for today. The second semifinal will feature Guillermo Nunez and Gabriela De Santos against Paloma Escobedo and the man called KK, Kamala Cannon. We'll be referring to him as KK throughout the match if we get the opportunity to see any of the action on the second court. The players are now making their way down to the courts. They've had a brief warm-up earlier, and I think we're going to be ready for action soon. Mark, do you want to do a brief intro of the players that we're going to see here today?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Bill, and good morning, everybody. As Bill referenced, we're in the semifinal round here at the 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic. On the feature court, to bring you up to speed on the 4 players you're going to be seeing, Aubrey Nesbitt is 17, has reached the number 1 ranking in middle states in every age group she's played in. 16 and under, she reached number 1 in the nation in both singles and doubles. She plays both USTA and ITF events, has a total of 7 national balls. We talked yesterday about the gold balls. She has 7 national balls. This November, she committed to play at Wake Forest University, which she'll attend next fall. She won states in Delaware. She's a Delaware resident as an 8th grader, and this year she led her team to the first ever state championship in school history. Her partner, very well known to all local tennis fans and community, Holden Coons, 3-time winner of this tournament with Elizabeth Scotty the last 3 years. Holden is the number 1 player at James Madison University, graduate of Dallastown High School. Competed this past spring, primarily played number 1 singles and doubles. In 2021, he was named the CAA Conference Rookie of the Year and first team All-Conference for singles and doubles. This year, he earned the 2022 CAA Conference Player of the Year award for the full season. So, again, very accomplished player here locally. They're going to be facing off against 2 other local players. Phil Myers, who is the owner and operator of Wisehaven Tennis Center, began playing at the age of 7, has instructed at Wisehaven for the last 11 years. He was named USTA Central PA Professional of the Year in 2019 and grades his progress on how many players enjoy the game into adulthood. His partner, Elizabeth Ionescu, we were talking a little bit about yesterday, 14 years old, competes at a national level. She is having a great year. This past year, she's actually ranked number 1 in middle states and number 10 in the nation. So a very strong player, even at a very young age. She won a bronze ball in doubles at the National 14s tournament this past season. Bill, we're in for, I think, a great match. It's going to be interesting as the strategy plays out. A lot of rain yesterday, as you mentioned, and we're playing on a hard true. I'll make a couple statements and I'll hand back over to you. These courts are going to play heavy today. With all of that rain that soaked in, I would expect that to slow the conditions. Talk a little bit about hard true and rain and this word of the courts are going to play heavy and help the audience understand how that might affect the match we're getting ready to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams adjust. The move over to the Wisehaven Tennis Center yesterday, all the teams went from playing on this hard true surface to a hard court, which the ball travels much more quickly on a hard court as opposed to hard true, where the ball travels a little bit slower and has a tendency maybe to bounce a little bit higher. And both teams are going to have to make an adjustment here. I would say that probably all four players are a little bit more used to playing on a hard court surface and probably do most of their training there. But clearly both teams will have to make an adjustment. But I think it'll be a fairly easy adjustment. But it definitely could change the strategy a little bit. It's a little bit harder to hit the ball through the court. But I'm anticipating an outstanding match here. There's, Holden Coons, we all know him here locally. He's showed tremendous improvement over the last year, had an outstanding college season. So I expect the strength of his play to be evident here during this match. Aubrey Nesbitt, his partner, is also an outstanding player. You'll see that she has an outstanding backhand. So it'll be interesting to see how Phil and Elizabeth really try to play to her forehand and away from the backhand is what I would anticipate. As far as Elizabeth's concerned, again, she's an outstanding 14-year-old player. Really extremely highly ranked, and I mean, definitely the viewers out there are going to love her game. She loves to drive the ball. She hits the ball very hard, as hard as many of the men that we've seen in this tournament. For her, it'll be a matter of, how strong her volley and serve are, and I think it'll be, an interesting part of this whole match will be, who can hold their serve, among the men and the women. Clearly, I think of the four players, Holden Coons has the strongest serve, but let's talk quickly about Elizabeth's partner, Phil Myers. You're going to see Phil has a very diverse game. He's got a strong finesse game. We saw yesterday, Mark, that, he liked to use the lob to get the other team off of the net, whereas Elizabeth will be more, I think, apt to try to drive the ball through. So it's just going to be interesting to see how the whole thing unfolds. You have any thoughts? I mean, you were watching the match with me yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's a great point, and I think as we watch the match unfold here on the court, it will be very interesting as the men get to the net and watch how they're trying to close out points with the ladies rallying. Most times, I think, more comfortable from the back of the court and driving their ground strokes, as you said. I think watching the men when they do get to the net try to take control of the net and point the points away. So a very interesting match strategy-wise. They both played two matches yesterday. They watched each other, so they certainly know a little bit about how they want to start this match. And as you well know, Bill, as we're playing these matches, who makes the adjustments as necessary probably is going to determine who the winner is. One other point to make at a high level for those who weren't here at the courts yesterday or saw the draws, we'd actually had two upsets, if you work right off of the seeding. So we have our number 1 and number 2 seeds who advanced, and that is the team of Nunez and DeSantis as the 1 seed and Coons and Nesbitt as the 2 seed. But Phil and Elizabeth beat the 3 seed, and the opponents on court 2, Palomo and KK, beat the 4 seed. So as we've talked over the years here, Bill, the 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, the level of tennis that continues to come in, these new players, We're seeing more upsets and more even higher quality tennis as we move along. So it's just really terrific to bring to the South Central PA area. But yeah, looking forward to a really good match. They've started their warm-up serves. I think we're getting pretty close, Bill, to throwing first toss, which is going to be a great thing here at the Country Club of York.
Mark, I just can't wait to see the action. Knowing most of the players here on Court 1 and observing the matches yesterday, I just think it's going to be a great battle. The other semifinal match, we've been impressed by both those teams as well. Right now, if I looked at the four of them, I would say really any one of these four teams would, have the possibility of winning this tournament. So
I agree.
It should be a really outstanding morning of tennis, and really looking forward to seeing how things unfold. As far as the weather's concerned, again, we have very overcast conditions. It's on the cooler side. Temperatures in the low 70s, and we expect it to stay there throughout the day. There is a slight chance of a thunderstorm later this morning. We're hoping that does not come to pass here. We had hoped we would just have a slight delay yesterday, and it turned into a absolute downpour for a couple of hours. So,
well, the good news, Bill, is we were able to get Noah's Ark out of here and get over to Wisehaven to watch those matches. But it took Noah's Ark to get us out of here. 3.5 inches of rain in a very short period of time. Our kind AV assistant here, Cliff Kearns, his audio equipment luckily got very wet, but luckily took that back to the shop yesterday, and we're thrilled that we're able to broadcast here today. And again, thanks to Cliff for all of his efforts in being able to show this this great event. No more rain, Bill.
Yeah.
No more. It's the
and
hope,
again,
of course.
The event is to benefit the York Opioid Collaborative. Those of you that would like to donate, you can go to the Groft Charity Classic website. They have a donate now button there. We're continuing to raise money for this worthy cause. We're very optimistic about, we've had a number of sponsors, both on a corporate basis, top-level sponsors as well as banner sponsors. And we've had a lot of individual donations. We've got our sponsors are matching individual donations of $200 or greater up to $20,000. And, we're getting close to attaining that $20,000 goal from individuals. Overall, we've seen the growth in terms of the amount of the donation we've made to the York Opioid Collaborative every year. Last year was, I believe, in the $70,000 range, and this year we're optimistic that we're actually going to hit the $100,000 mark. So, certainly these donations are making a difference in the community in what has become a very serious problem in the York community and really across the United States and the world for that matter. So please, if you get the opportunity to make a donation, no matter how big or small, certainly we're looking for all the support that we can get out there.
Every dollar counts, as they say, right, Bill?
Every dollar counts. So on the individual side, those making a $200 donation really, in fact, becomes a $400 donation with the matching commitment from two of our sponsors.
We're getting ready, as you see on your screen, the players have left Court 1. They're finishing their final thoughts, getting ready to take court here, and we're ready to get underway here, Bill. I'm looking for a ball. Who's serving first? Looked like Phil has a ball in his pocket. I believe that would indicate he's probably going to be serving, but yep, Phil and Elizabeth are going to take the first service game out, and let's see how this works. Now Holden plays the deuce side on their pairing. Phil will be looking early on strategically, I think, to get it into the corner to his backhand, which is not, it's a tremendous stroke, but not as powerful as that lethal forehand. And on the ad side, I would expect him to try to get into Aubrey's forehand. Her backhand is actually quite deadly. So interesting as we watch the strategy take place right out of the gate here. First serve, Bill. Love, semifinal match here. Groft Charity Classic.
And as you had indicated, Mark, we've got Holden playing the deuce side, and basically he's a left-hander, so that brings both their forehands into the middle of the court. There you could see Coons, getting a drive off the first volley by Phil Myers, and immediately drove the ball at Elizabeth. That could be an ongoing factor. Certainly he wants to test her ability to handle the velocity that he's going to hit the ball.
And that's a great shot by Elizabeth there. It's a great point, Bill. Elizabeth has shown great skill at the baseline, still developing her net game. She's tested on the first one and wasn't able to get over, but handled the second one that came her way. So early strategy from Coons and Nisbet to try to go to Elizabeth at the net. 15-all. Oh, great shot down the line by Phil there.
Sending an immediate message for Aubrey to stay at home, and it'll be interesting to see if that's something he continues to use as the day rolls on here. We're at 30-15. We're getting ready for action here also on court 2. They're starting to take serves. Phil Myers with a good second serve, nice and deep, Mark, and Aubrey drove that one long, and we're at 40-15. So, so far, Phil and Elizabeth are off to a good start. We'll see if Phil can close that game out here.
Went for the big serve up the middle. Holden expecting the backhand. Phil trying to mix it up there.
That one, Phil missed a little bit long. Again, going for that alley and trying to hit that drive at Aubrey. With a good eye, she let that one through, and it's Phil and Elizabeth still have the ad here to close out this first game of the match. We have a great point going here, don't we, Mark?
We sure do. Great hands by Phil and Aubrey. Ultimately, Holden was able to get one on Elizabeth racket. Caught her a little bit pinched in the middle, and we're now at deuce here. This first game after Phil having a comfortable 40-15, we're back to deuce.
And that's a kind of exchange that any of us spectators love to see. A very highly competitive point, both teams being moved around a lot, some really outstanding touch shots in that point. So we're, as Mark said, we're back to deuce.
Great shot by Holden. He puts it at Phil's feet. He sets up his partner Aubrey, and she takes advantage.
That's one thing we'll have to wonder here with the strength in Holden's return game. Last night we saw it in this semifinal match. Returning serves that were hit at him, what we estimated by 120 miles an hour, and handling them fairly easily on a hard court. Break point.
That backhand, wow. Aubrey's got an unbelievable backhand. She shows it right there, and we've got an early break here, Bill. Coons Nisbet grabbed the break.
Yeah, and breaking Phil's serve, I think, in the mixed doubles matches, generally the stronger player tends to be the male player, and it's important for him to hold his serve, throughout the course of the match. The women generally don't hit the ball with the same kind of velocity. They're more susceptible to being broken, but as we've come to see here, it generally starts out with the male server being fairly dominant, and then as the match rolls on, it has a tendency to change a little bit, and the service holds continue to be a very critical piece of winning these matches, Mark.
No question. No question. Now Holden and Aubrey will look to consolidate that break and get up 2-0 here with Holden serving up 1-love.
Holden and Phil have seen each other a number of times, so I don't think there's anything here that Phil's going to be surprised about. But, you know, as you can see, Coons brings a number of weapons with his serve. You know, he can hit a kick serve. He can, you know, basically slide that left-hand serve, slice it, and move the serve around, and then he can also just hit the ball with tremendous velocity. So, I mean, he's got the whole package as far as the serve is concerned. So, his serve is a big factor, and I think will be a big factor in this match, Mark.
I agree. 15 love. Elizabeth got a backhand off court and was able to bring it all the way back in. Great shot down the line. Wow.
Phenomenal shot, just landing inside the line. So we're at 15 all. Again, you know, she's trying to keep the Aubrey, you know, from poaching across there and, you know, creating a smaller window for her to return. You know, by successfully executing that shot down the line, Aubrey's going to have to think about, you know, how much she is going to hug that side. So, you know, we'll see what happens here as we serve at 30-15. Coons with an excellent serve there. Prior to that Phil returned into the net.
Small break, a balk from court 2. Move that off. As you said, second serve, 30-15.
Quick reset. Outstanding serve. Elizabeth had trouble driving that ball. She got it up in the air a little bit, and Coons easily puts that at Phil Myers' feet. We are at 40-15. As we take a look, the action is also underway on court 2. Expecting a really great match there. Great play there.
Great touch shot. That's a good point. You were talking earlier in the warm-ups, Bill, about Phil using the lob. He used it there, some touch shots, a little bit of back and forth. Really good point by all the players. Phil's got great hands up there. He's got a lot of, as you said in the opener, a lot of variety in his game. He was able to use it there. 40-30. Big point here is Holden looks to hold and stay away from a deuce. Looks like they're going to go Australian. What does that mean, Bill?
Well, basically, Aubrey's up in the middle of the court. She's given Holden a signal on which way she's going to go, and it turned out not to be a factor. Holden with another outstanding serve. It looked like he might have kicked that one a little bit. Elizabeth was unable to handle it. So Coons and Nesbitt here are up with a 2-0 lead in the first set. They're off to a strong start. This, you know, becomes a pretty critical game for Phil and Elizabeth. We'll see what happens here. Immediately, Coons driving, Elizabeth's serve right at Phil. He was unable to handle it, but again, sending that message to have Phil basically, you know, stay put and not be poaching across. And
great shot on court 2 there. You see him come into the action. Great drop shot by Nunez. Great serve there by Elizabeth up the middle. Wow, what a big serve.
Big serve. Gets us back to 15 all. And that was an important point. They didn't want to get into a love 30 hole on her serve. You know, the big thing we're going to have to figure out here is Holden has had such success with his service return. You know, it's just how can Phil be a factor to try to help his partner. There you see it again. Coons just taking that service return and putting the ball away. Wow.
Elizabeth tried to get the first time she served to Holden, he got a forehand. She goes to the backhand there, and he says, I'm going to give you a little extra angle there, and another winner. 15-30. Elizabeth goes for the big serve down the middle again. Aubrey gets a look at a second serve here. she drove her forehand down. We were watching Aubrey a little bit yesterday. The forehand she hits with a two-handed forehand, which is not a very common shot. Very deadly forehand. Still looking for the marksmanship on that forehand. We're 30 all.
We'll see if Phil tries to get a little more active here on the service return.
Holden gets a look at a second serve here, Bill. He's got a lot of options coming at us here. Serve was back. Elizabeth feeling that after two winners from Holden, I'm sure that second serve she wanted to get it as deep as she could for a little bit too much maybe, and now we're at another break point for Coons and Nisbet.
And that's what, some good service returns can put a lot of pressure on the server.
Just tried to go for the big one down the middle again, just missed. And Aubrey gets a look at a second serve on break point. Just missed. Elizabeth went for the big down the line shot, it just missed.
So we have another break, and Coons and Nisbet off to a great start here. They've got a 3-0 lead here in the first set. Again, we're just kicking off here on court 2. Between points, Mark and I have had the ability to take a look at some of the points that are being played here on the second court, and we really have some outstanding tennis that's happening here at the Country Club of York. We're hoping that some of you can come by to see the action today. I think that both the semifinal and final matches are just going to be outstanding here. Combination of local talent and talent from other parts of the country. So
I think we're still in our first game over here on the court 2, Bill, and that semifinal. KK starting out with a serve, and I think the number 1 seeds, Nunez and DeSantis, have him at a break point as well. So yeah, excellent tennis if you can come out to the Country Club of York here. Now starting in Australia and on this side as well, Bill.
They are, and basically with Holden up there at net, given his range and his skill level, it's really going to give the receivers a lot to think about, and it looks like that's going to be an ongoing strategy for them. They're going to want to get the ball past Holden, because if he gets a chance to volley anything in net, there's a good chance that the point's going to be over. So as far as Aubrey's concerned, what we've noticed about her so far is she doesn't have a lot of velocity on the serve, but she places it well, hits it deep, and
she's got a nasty backhand.
Yeah, we talked about her backhand earlier, and one thing we're seeing here, Mark, is yesterday as the matches were played on the hard court, she was primarily driving that two-hand topspin backhand, but now we're seeing her introduce a little slice to go along with that topspin, and that's going to create problems. It's an outstanding shot on hard true. The ball stays very low and makes it harder to drive. So it's very interesting to see her bring another weapon out of her repertoire. And we're at 30 love here.
Good shot by Elizabeth stepping in to put that one away. They get their first point of the game. We're at 30-15. 3 love for Nisbet Coons.
It looked like they had a little bit of a communication problem there. Holden shot off to one side, and it looked like Aubrey was maybe a little bit of a step behind there in terms of getting over the ball, and she was unable to make a good play on that ball, set it up for the easy volley that was put away. So we're at 30-15. Again, communication, a very important part of doubles. So that both players know where the other ones are headed. Now we're back to the Holden's at net in the traditional position. So, but Elizabeth anyway takes that serve, beautiful drive down the line. We talked about her ground strokes earlier, Mark. There's, in full evidence, you see the kind of baseline game that she has, and extremely strong.
Yeah, absolutely, Bill. And again, for Coons and Nisbet to work their way through the rest of this bracket, Aubrey's serve's going to be very key to watch. Is she able to hold?
Seeing a couple of lobs here. Elizabeth with a great overhead there, right down the alley. That's not an easy shot to make, Mark.
No.
You know, and she's had a couple of really outstanding plays here in this game. They were kind of on the brink here of this set, down 3-0. You know, Elizabeth and Phil really need this game here, and now they have a break point.
Second serve.
Over here.
Second serve, Elizabeth obviously going to have a very good look here. Be interesting to see what Holden does, whether he stays put or tries to poach. Elizabeth has been very effective in going down the line, and they do get the break. And we're at 1 serving 3 here in the first set.
Coming back around to Phil.
Back to Phil.
On court 2, real quick update that number 1 seeds were able to get that opening break. Nunez and DeSantis up 1-love over KK and Paloma. Great serve into the corner. Great get by Holden.
That was interesting. Holden hitting a couple of loopy topspin forehands. We've been really seeing Holden drive the ball throughout the course of this tournament, and just gives you an idea of, you know, how broad his repertoire is. A great return there by Aubrey, nice and low. Ball was volleyed over to Coons, who made a very smart play by going right up the middle of the court where the percentages are. Every time I see that, I think of the line used by the great local talent, Jenny Goodling, who would say, "Up the middle solves the riddle." Phil going for the big ace up the middle. Holden's going to have a nice look here at a second serve. We have a great point going here.
Wow, great
outstanding
point.
play.
Elizabeth showed great hands up there on a couple shots. She actually drove volleys back on some real pace from Holden there. It was, she held her own on that point plus some.
And always you see how the first point of the match, Coons drove the ball at her and she was unable to handle it, but since then she's clearly stepped up, expecting that drive and handling it very well.
Phil got into that forehand on Aubrey again. That's going to be key to watch Aubrey's forehand and serve as we work our way through this this morning. 30 all, Phil. Bill, 3-1. 1-3, excuse me.
Yeah, big point here. We'll see if Phil can get this first serve in. Critical to do that on Holden's side. Very nice serve there. Yeah. And Phil with just a great half volley down the alley. Again, we talked about his touch, and that was in full evidence on that shot.
Great hands at the net. He had a lot of time to think about that, and had Aubrey on a string, so to speak, and was able to get her moving one way, hit the ball behind her the other way.
Yeah, and that's, you know, one of the differences of playing on, you know, Hartrue, particularly Hartrue that has absorbed a lot of moisture in the last day. It's, you know, it's a little bit slower, and that half volley that Phil made on that shot before that would be far more difficult on a hard court given the velocity with which Coons hit that. But basically Phil with another great serve, and we're at 3-2.
Yeah, good hold by Phil. So they're down just the one break now. It was 3-love and now 3-2. Over on court 2, the other semifinal, the 1 seeds Nunez and DeSantis off to a really strong and fast start. They've got a 3-0 lead. They've gotten 2 breaks and have held once Guillermo held. So they're off to a good start on court 2. So we're 3-2 on court 1 and 3-0 on court 2. Both seeded teams, the 1 and 2 seeds, are currently ahead as we work our way through the semifinal here. 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, Country Club of York. raising funds for the Opioid Collaborative here in York County.
So we're back here to Holden Coons' serve. They're up 3-2. Basically, they're looking to consolidate the break that they had in their pocket from the opening game of the match, and Holden to serve. Just too strong with the forehand, a great serve. He brought that serve into Phil's body. All he could do was really block the ball back with a short lob, and Coons just takes that lob and drives his forehand cross court into the open area. We're at 15-love.
Great weather conditions to play in right now this morning, Bill. As you said earlier, overcast and fairly cool, but we are seeing some pockets of potential rain coming our way from the west, so hopefully that'll stay away from us. 15-love. Another great serve by Holden, 30-love. Makes it so hard to, when you're the opposing team, you're trying to break his serve. Again, he has so much variety and pace and spin. You feel really comfortable if you're on the Nisbet-Coons side when he's serving with those weapons, Bill.
And again, Elizabeth trying to drive that ball, but that ball got up pretty high for her, and she drove that ball long as a result of that. Coons stepping over, looking for that ace up the middle, which he missed. Again, the proximity of the courts and the angles with which these top players hit the ball, you're going to see some interruptions in play due to balls going between courts. And I think Coons lost his concentration a little bit there and ends up with a double fault. But we're at 30-15. Again, Coons and Nisbet up 3-2 here in this first set after jumping out to a 3-0 lead. Here they're going back to the Australian lineup. I think been a little bit concerned with Elizabeth's ability to drive the ball down the line. On the second serve, going back to a traditional. I would expect Aubrey to stay put here. We'll see. Coons with a good serve. He took the return, drove it very deep into the court, making any return at that point very difficult. He does a great job of taking control points with his serve and his outstanding volley game.
Real quick update on court 2. The 1 seeds have jumped out to a 4-0 lead. They've held twice and broke twice through the first cycle of serves, so they're off to quite a quick and fast start on court 2. Great volley by Aubrey there. Closes out the game very quickly. 4-2, Coons Nisbet. Elizabeth to serve 2-4. 1 break.
Again, this becomes, having with their team down 1 break, this becomes, for Elizabeth and Phil, this becomes a very important game. Again, a little bit of a chess match. We'll see what Holden does with his return and whether Phil keeps his position at net or chooses to be more active. My sense would be here on the second serve that Phil would not be very active. Holden will likely drive that ball. Again, that was a net serve there.
Yeah, Elizabeth trying to do her best to keep it deep in the box. Great shot there.
Great shot there. Holding, catching the net and popping that ball up a little bit, and you do that with Elizabeth, and she's going to take that drive and make you pay, and that's exactly what happened there in that first point, Mark.
Absolutely. Yeah, great shot. Really good second serve. Spun it into the box, as you said. Holden caught a net, and Elizabeth got a really good look at a forehand. She rarely misses those.
go here. Okay.
Good serve by Elizabeth, found that forehand. And then Phil got a little bit handcuffed there, Mark.
Yeah, the ball played him, right, as they
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
Caught that a little bit. He wasn't ready. Didn't expect it. I'm not sure. Yeah, frustrated with himself, as you can see.
Well, I'm
that's
sure
not a shot he misses.
Yeah, I'm sure he was looking for that cross-court drive, and
Yeah,
she
yeah.
took a little off that ball and came into his body, and,
Yeah,
and he
combo.
was kind of caught.
Yep.
It was, you know.
Good first serve. Oh, no, just missed. We're 15 all. Holden gets a look at a second serve here. 2-4.
Again, a double there, Mark, on the deuce side. The return of Coons really putting the pressure on Elizabeth to get that serve with velocity and to get it deep. And
it gets in your head, Bill. It gets in your head. Certainly does mine.
Well, you have a lot of company out there.
Yeah, Phil gets a look at a forehand volley, or backhand volley to net. He's not going to miss that one. He's right back in it. We're 30 all. Huge point here. Elizabeth serving to Holden. A strategy might be, let's try to get this first one in, take a little pressure off that way, see if you can spin it into the backhand for Holden, and go from there. Let's see how the Elizabeth and Phil want to play this one.
Great volley there from Phil to keep that ball in play. Really, Holden and Aubrey were in the driver's seat there on that point, but just weren't able to finish it.
Good serve by Elizabeth. She did get into the backhand. Holden drove her off court, but she had a nice forehand back into the middle, got the point going, and as you said, Phil got a chance at a volley, and Aubrey had a good look, but drove it long. 40-30.
We talked about his great hands, and they've certainly, you know, we've seen that on the last 2 points here. So, chance for a hold.
Aubrey drives it deep. So, Bill, Myers and Ionescu get a hold. We're now 4-3 for Coons Nisbet, and we were talking earlier, Bill, as they get ready to do the changeover, about Aubrey's serve. Of the 4 serves, probably the weakest of the 4. Really, really big game here for Coons and Nisbet to try to hold on to that one break they have. Otherwise, we'd be back to 4 all, and you've got a brand new set here. When it looked like Coons and Nisbet were in control, this is the key game here of the set. Maybe it could be a turning point, momentum-wise.
Yeah, this will be a fun game to watch. There'll be definitely a chess game. I would expect that Holden will try to be very active up at net, you know, trying to cut any of the returns. This really is an important game here in the first set, as you talked about earlier.
On court 2, real quick update. The 1 seeds, Nunez and DeSantis, have jumped out to a 5-0 lead. Watching in between points, great hands at the net by them. A lot of skill on display on that court. They're playing very, very well, like they did yesterday. They're number 1 seed for a reason, so we'll keep an eye on that match as well and keep you posted. Here we are, 4-3 Nisbet Coons serving. Phil gets a look at a second serve here right out of the gate. Bill, he's going to try to take advantage of something here. It'll be interesting to see which way he goes. Yeah.
Great play there by Phil. Outstanding return. Holden basically coming across there. He took the drive down the line, and again with his great hands, just a nice little touch volley for the winner.
Aubrey didn't let that backhand go. Phil returned the serve to her backhand. She didn't wasn't as aggressive as we saw her yesterday with some of those backhands, and then Phil got a good look. Now Elizabeth gets a look at a second serve. She gets a forehand here. She'll be looking to drive it.
And look how far up she is, Mark, with her service turn, really a couple of steps inside the baseline.
Went for a bit too much, maybe. Again, easy to say up here. I had a pretty good look there and drove it wide. She'd like to have that one back. We're 15 all. Aubrey, again, still struggling with her first serve. Going to be interesting as this match moves along here.
Yeah, and that's an example, Mark, of what happened there is, Holden is so active at net, and, you're trying to, basically, go for a smaller window because you're concerned that he's going to come across into that area and volley the ball away. And
here we are, Bill, with another second serve for Phil to get a look at. Not knowing which way Holden's going to go, but he gets a good look at a ball that he's going to be able to handle.
Yeah.
Aubrey, they were going to Aubrey's forehand there. She got the second serve in, and I think Elizabeth and Phil liked their chances, but ultimately Aubrey got a look at a backhand, and she let that one go.
She definitely let that one rip.
And we're 30-15. Great shot by Aubrey Nisbet there. 30-15 on her serve. Again, has not gotten a first serve in this game, and I think struggled her first time as well. So they are up 30-15. Again, all key points here as Myers and Ionescu looked for the break.
Great backhand again. Got it very deep in the court. Elizabeth was unable to dig it out. That ball stayed very low.
She's got a real advantage there, Bill. So if she's serving to Elizabeth with Holden at the net on the deuce side, Elizabeth's return almost has to go to Aubrey's backhand, which sets up for her best shot.
Right.
And she's let a couple of those backhands go this game.
And Holden being left-handed, basically increases his reach. There he baited Phil to go down the line. Phil hit that shot, and Holden easily volleyed it away.
Great hold, Bill. So Coons Nisbet keep the break up. They're up 5-3, looking to close out this set potentially with a break of Phil.
Yeah.
And tennis strategy-wise, Bill, they really would want this one to get it so that Holden can serve first in that second set, and they get off to a good start that way as well. So certainly a lot of focus on this game. Phil starts it out with an uncharacteristic double fault.
Again, working very hard to get that ball into Holden's backhand, and that, he's going to the higher part of the net in order to accomplish that. Holden having just such a tremendous forehand, you need to stay away from it, and that's problematic.
It sure is. It sure is. And again, it gets in your head. Second serve here. Aubrey, if she gets a look at a backhand, you can expect her to be going pretty strong cross court. Phil serves it to her forehand. Elizabeth couldn't quite get that one over the net. Ball played her just a bit.
Ball hitting right on the top of the tape.
Click the tape.
Yeah.
You want those to go over when when you're on that side, right? So we're love 30 here, Bill. 3-5.
Man, you got to give me something.
Great serve there.
Yeah.
Oh, and talk about the net, 2 points in a row. Both of them work against Phil and Elizabeth, and we're love 40 here. You start to think things are against you when you lose 2 points in a row like that.
The gods are conspiring.
We're on triple set point here, Bill. Love 40 and a second serve. Again, if Aubrey gets a look at a backhand, she's going to be looking to drive this thing cross court.
Phil will be looking to go up the tee, as he does, as we expected.
Yeah.
And got into that forehand of Aubrey's, and she drove the ball long.
They're into the game now, 15-40. Phil's got an excellent serve. He can certainly work his way back into this one. Talking about where he wants to hit this, what he wants Elizabeth to do at the net in terms of placement. 15-40, 3-5. Still just one break.
I really expect that if Holden gets what he's looking for, he's going to really try to drive the service return.
And now that he gets a second serve, and strategy-wise, Bill, with Elizabeth at the net with a second ball, that there would be an opportunity there potentially.
He expected, he went to the backhand, did a good job there.
Great volley by Elizabeth. Another great volley by Elizabeth.
Another
great volley. What a great point.
Wow.
Fantastic point. Elizabeth played that tremendously. Aubrey got the last look, though. And it finishes out the first set, Bill. Coons Nisbet end up 6-3. What a great point that was. Best point of the match thus far.
Oh, no doubt about it. For you spectators out there, you know, that's doubles tennis at its finest. There were some outstanding drives, basically combined with some great volleys. Really enjoyable to watch.
And as we talked about, as Phil was getting ready to serve that game, so they get the first set 6-3, and now they get the opportunity to have Holden serve this first game, which is that all critical first game of the second set. So it really sets up nice for Coons and Nisbet. Myers and Ionescu now working on what adjustments they want to make. Phil certainly wouldn't have expected to be broken twice in that first set. On court 2, the other semifinal, Nunes and DeSantos were able to close out that first set. We're in the first game of the second set, KK serving. But Nunes and DeSantos, again, playing very, very well, off to a really swift start as well. So both semifinals, Bill, moving into their second sets, about on the same pace. Here at the Country Club of York 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic, the 1 and 2 seeds both won their first sets, and now we move into the second set action.
And a big factor here in this set, I think, Mark, and see if you share this observation, is I think that Aubrey has been a little bit more aggressive at net than we've seen Elizabeth be, you know, when Holden and Phil are serving. So we'll see what happens here in the second set.
Phil actually got a good look at that first serve, but he couldn't get it cross court. And to your point, you nailed it. Your timing was perfect. Aubrey gets a good look, and she puts away the volley off of Holden's very good serve. Again, Phil got a good look at that one, just could not quite get it cross court. Gets it up in Aubrey's eyes, and she puts the easy takeaway. You
know, and the big takeaway here is that, you know, Phil is going to need to hold his serve in this set. In the first set, there were 2 breaks on his serve, you know, which proved to really be the difference there in that first set.
Holden caught a corner there. That's an ace, 30 love. A good start for Coons Nisbet as they get started in this first game. Again, we were talking about it earlier, Bill, that the Coons serve is such a weapon, and to be able to get what we would call easy points like that, where there's no other balls hit, it's just such an advantage in singles or doubles.
And you know, that ace that he hit there, he really took something off that. He was looking for the placement, you know, hit it deep in the box on the line, trying to drive Elizabeth wide, and it was, you know, basically she couldn't touch it.
Phil got a good look at that backhand. Great shot by Phil. He on these first 2, he's made some adjustments on Holden's serve. You clearly see it, and great return down the line there.
He hit that second topspin serve. It jumped up a little bit. Phil was, you know, basically up to the task and just turned and really drove that ball nicely.
He's got a pretty good read on that right now.
Yeah, it was an outstanding play.
30-15 for Coons and Nisbet. Great return by Elizabeth. And another, just missed off the back.
And again, we talked about that yesterday. With the Hartrue courts, it's easy to get a good look at the ball mark and make a correct call as to whether or not a ball is in or it's out.
Yeah, great comment. Because otherwise, I don't know that they would have been able to call that out.
And after the point, you know, Holden was able to go back and circle the ball mark. So
40-15.
Holden trying to use his serve up the tee there. One of his stronger plays. Oh, and there, a nice, beautiful kick serve wide to the forehand, and a relatively easy hold for Coons. And they're up 1-0 here in the second set.
Such a weapon in that serve, Bill. You know, they were really close. Elizabeth almost caught a back line to get to 30 all, but it doesn't fall. It's 40-15, and he hits a second serve ace, which at this level you don't see a ton of. Just such a weapon, as you said. So we're 1-love for Coons Nisbet as the 2 seeds in the tournament. Phil will now be serving to try to get back to even. The other semifinal, again, also the 1 seeds Nunez and DeSantis.
Looks like they took the first set, Mark.
They did.
And
they did, and
in short order. So
yeah.
You know, we're really, again, we were talking about the weather conditions. There is a front that potentially might move through here. We're hoping it breaks up, but, you know, if we have the opportunity to get both of these first matches in, Mark, you know, we could take a little shower and, you know, basically return for the finals. But
speak for yourself, Bill. I showered this morning. You're talking about a rain shower, of course. Great serve by Phil. Sets up Elizabeth for the overhead. Great shot by her. First point from Myers Ionescu. 15-love. Serving to get back to even. Again, look for Phil to make some adjustments. Correct, Bill. He got broke the first 2 games, both times he served in the first set. But again, a very accomplished player. He's going to make some adjustments here in the second set.
Yeah.
And we see it right out of the gate with both first serves, Bill. Phil said, I'd rather not have that happen anymore this match. Quickly off to a 30-love. Very good.
He's certainly
focus.
looking more comfortable with his serve here, you know, starting off the second set. And, you know, as we said, that's a, you know, very important factor.
So let's serve. Phil gets us another first. 30-love.
You know, it looks like he's starting to hit the ball with a little more velocity here this set.
Yeah.
Recognizing that, you know, he needs to make that serve more of a weapon.
It's a great comment. We've got a ball coming on court here. Just a small delay. Oh, great hands. Yeah, Phil, clearly an extra level of focus here in this first service game for him. Quickly out to a 40-love lead. A good serve. Holden actually had a good return, but again, Phil's hands at the net. He got Aubrey going the wrong way again, and just a great volley. 40-love.
And those of you that are out there that are tennis fans can recognize how difficult that is to make a volley from where Phil made that and at the same time pick up that Aubrey was moving across the court. So outstanding play. Second serve here at 40-love. We were in the middle of a great point there, and ball came from the other court, so we'll be back to replaying the point.
40-love, first serve. That was developing into a nice point. But as you said earlier, with the skill and the angle some of these players play with, the court 2 match, a ball slid across, and anytime you have that happen for the safety of the players, you call a let and restart the point. Great serve. Great shot by Holden there to have hands, Phil coming his way. Phil tried to do maybe just a touch too much on that one. 40-15, still in control of the game at this point.
Good drive at Coons, but he was definitely up to just, you know, taking a step and blocking that ball.
Holden's ball, trying to drive it down the line, goes long, and Phil does hold, and we're 1-all, Bill, as Phil holds for the Myers Ionescu team. 1-all, and now here we get into the strategic piece again with Aubrey's serve. Has struggled with her serve, at least in the first set. Let's see what adjustments she makes as we start out the second set, and Myers Ionescu, knowing full well this is a game they would love to get that break. Or 1-all second set, key point in the match here.
Again, Myers with an effective use of the lob.
I think Aubrey had a fair amount of topspin on that lob, maybe caught Elizabeth a little bit off guard, but she'd love to have that one back.
And it's interesting, almost at any level, you know, a lot of the play these days is more from the baseline.
Yeah.
A lot of these players not up at the net all that much, not seeing a lot of overheads, so it can be a very effective play, particularly in doubles.
Great shot by Aubrey. Oh, but Elizabeth down the line, great shot by her. Got him a little bit out of position. To your point on the communication, Nisbet Coons got a little bit sideways there on a point, and Ionescu was more than able to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
your point, Bill.
Holden looked like he was all in on that poach.
Yeah, absolutely. And to your point earlier, it's a great point as it relates to the lob. It is a point, and you've talked a lot about it because in your day, you've been a tremendous lobber. It isn't used as much as in today's game, but can be very, very effective to that point with most players being much more comfortable playing at the baseline. We're 15 all, 1 all.
And again, the ongoing chess match between
Yeah.
Coons and Myers, and basically Holden definitely getting Phil to play right to him. Of course, it's unintentional, but you know, any of you that are making a service return like that with somebody that's as active as Coons is at net, it's.
As soon as Phil hit it, he knew. As soon as Phil hit it, he knew. And yeah, Holden won that one.
Very difficult.
One adjustment we are seeing this game, Bill, it does look like Aubrey's very focused and intentional about getting that first serve in, even if it doesn't have as much on it, and then playing a little bit of cat and mouse. But we are 30 all. Holden got a good look at a ball there he'd like to have back. He drove it long.
Yeah. Again, you know, when you get Phil Myers into, you know, one of those situations where you're starting to trade, you know, touch shots up there at net.
Yeah.
He does a great job of creating space and moving players around, and that was another example of that.
Phil gets a first serve, decided to go down the line there. Aubrey got the backhand, which she was looking for, and but did drive it into the net. Now we have our first break point on the Coons-Nisbet serve, I believe, in the match, Bill. Big point here early in the second set as Myers and Ionescu look to convert a break. On that other second semifinal, KK and Escobedo have gotten a break, and they're up. They have not gotten a break, excuse me. They're on serve, but they are up 2-1 as they try to work their way back into that match.
And we've seen this throughout the tournament, Mark, where, you know, one team gets a, you know, very easy win in the first set, and then, you know, it ultimately turns out to be a very close match in the end.
Coons looking for the poach, and Elizabeth did just enough with it to get it out of his reach. He nicked it, but Myers and Ionescu get a big break here, Bill, early in the second set. To your point, as the adjustments are made, they raise their game a little bit, and big break for Myers and Ionescu. So both unseeded teams are currently ahead in the second set as they look to get back in and even the matches up. Really nice break for Phil and Elizabeth there. That ball, as it went to the baseline, it looked like it nicked the back of the line. Really nice shot by Elizabeth to keep her focus. See if the ball is in. It probably skids off the line, and yet she's able to hit the right shot and ultimately win the point for her team.
And it's very difficult to hit a ball off the line. It has a tendency to skid, and it requires some really immediate, tremendous reflexes, immediate reaction.
We are keeping an eye on the weather here, Bill, and our wonderful AV assistant here, Cliff Kearns, just mentioned that as he's looking at the forecast, we're hopeful. We're certainly crossing fingers, but those cells that are coming from the west might be breaking up. We're hopeful of that. We would love to have no weather to get all three of these matches in today, both semifinals and the final. Elizabeth serving 2-1.
Again, she hits a really great serve. He sees Phil, Holden sees Phil take a step to the middle, goes down the line with the winner. Outstanding shot by Coons.
Elizabeth probably felt pretty good about that serve, but Coons had the better shot this time. Great serve down the line. Sets up Phil for the easy put away. Great serve by Elizabeth.
That's 2 in a row. And again, she looks like she's hitting the ball with a little more velocity than we saw in the first set. And if she can hang on here, it's, you know, going to start to create an interesting dynamic here in this set.
Not to be lost here, Bill, but you know, at this high level of play, good reminder for those who are out there who haven't been able to join us live. Elizabeth is only 14 years old, by the way, playing just tremendous tennis out there. Holden gets a look at a second serve, 15 all, as they look to get a break back. Great shot by Elizabeth down the line. We were talking earlier, Bill, about her ability to drive it off the baseline. How was that?
That was, you don't see many shots that are better than that. That was just an outstanding drive. And they're at 30-15, so again.
Myers and Ionescu clearly raised their game here this second set, Bill.
Yeah, there's no question about it.
Early.
And we actually saw that happen in their semifinal match last night, where they lost the first set easily and then rallied for the win.
So. Great shot. Great hands by Phil. It's a double bounce. 40-15, another good serve by Elizabeth. Elizabeth serving 40-15, trying to get to 3-1 on this first cycle of service games. Playing very, very well. Again, Myers and Ionescu clearly have raised their game up the second set. Let's see how Coons and Nisbet respond.
And Phil, of course, you know, he's definitely a threat to be very active up there, and I think that's, you know, creating a real benefit for them.
Great hands there.
Yeah.
Not going to get this one.
Yeah.
Great hands by Phil, but again, you leave a ball like that for an accomplished player. He had lots of options to put that one away. But Elizabeth still serving 40-30 with a chance to get the hold and go up 3-1. Would think she'd be looking to drive this up the middle, Bill, with Aubrey's forehand. The backhand seems to be much more dangerous. Let's see if she tries to drive something up the middle here on this serve. She does. Phil gets an overhead. Didn't do much with it. And Aubrey'd like to have that backhand back. She was expecting more on it. So Elizabeth holds. And Myers and Ionescu go up 3-1 here in the second set.
That's kind of making this service game by Coons ultra important. This is a game they definitely need to hold. His serve has been money for them so far.
Phil get a look at his second serve, most likely with a fair amount of spin on it here from Holden. He'll look to get it into the middle on the backhand, I would think.
Just expect him to drive that over, yeah. I thought that he might do that with the second serve. I was not surprised by Phil's play.
Aubrey had a look there.
Yeah.
But the ball got a little bit on her and unfortunately missed the volley. So we're love 15. Myers and Ionescu up 3-1. Elizabeth had a look at a backhand, just missed. And again, we talked about it yesterday. That net's just a little bit higher over there, Bill.
Yeah, that was a great serve. He's trying to move Elizabeth around with a serve. He's been sliding that one, you know, out into her backhand and has had good success over there. I would expect to continue to see that as we go on.
Great serve, sets up Aubrey's overhead. She puts it away. Again, playing Australian to try to create some decision point for Phil. Not sure it's necessary on that deuce side with how good his serve is, but that is the choice that they're making. Let's see if they go Australian or traditional here on this one. Looks like they're going to set up Australian again. Serve's hard enough. Now you're making me think about what the person at the net's going to do, Bill.
Here we have a baseline duel going between Elizabeth and Holden here. It'll be interesting to...
She mixes it up, sets up the overhead.
Phil easily puts that away. Great play there.
30 all. the furthest I think the Myers and Ionescu have gotten into one of Holden's service games.
Absolutely.
Playing very well right now. The local team, unseeded, causing some fits for the second seed here.
Unquestionably. Big point here.
Great hands all the way around. Just a lot of skill out there.
Aubrey and Holden really in control of that point mark from the very start, you know, led by that wide serve to Phil's forehand by Holden, and a really great play. So it's add in here. Kuhn's looking to hold and try to bring his team back to a 3-2 deficit here in the second set. Kuhn's and Nesbitt, as we indicated earlier, won the first set 6-3. We're in the middle of the second set here.
Just missed that volley, went for a bit too much. Again, easy up here. And Myers and Ionescu get to a deuce on Holden's serve. Real quick update on the other semifinal. Nunez de Santos up 3-2 as they get into the second set of that match as well. So here we are, Holden serving at deuce, 1-3.
I expect him to go up the tee, we'll see. Yeah. He went into Phil's body, or up the tee. So you see the kind of variety that, you know, Holden continues to bring. Phil's kind of looking one way or the other, and then he brings the ball right at him. You know, it's just difficult when the server has the ability to move the ball around like that. Kuhn's going for that serve up the tee there, misses it. He's been typically going over to her backhand. We'll see what happens here with a second. Great play at net by Aubrey there. And we're at 3-2 with Myers and Ionescu leading here in the second set. And we're back to Phil's serve here, and which had proven to be a problem for him in the first set, but Phil came out really in the second set, had an outstanding service game. It'll be interesting to see how things unfold here in his second service game here of the second set.
8th annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. If you're in the area, please come out to the Country Club York, 1400 Country Club Road in York. Again, all funds raised go to the York Opioid Collaborative. Thanks to all the sponsors that have been kind enough to continue to support this event. We've got actually great weather to play in today if the storms hold off. 2 semifinals and then a final to follow after a brief delay between the matches. Some great tennis if you're in the area. Please stop by. We've got a good crowd forming as we work our way through this Sunday morning semifinal.
And the crowd here has really started to pick up, Mark. And
I think they know you're here, Bill.
Yeah.
I saw some autograph requests coming your way. It's I think they're coming to you first, and then the tennis second.
Okay. Yeah.
My esteemed colleague, for those of you who don't know, is an author as well. He and a partner of his put together a great sports book. Multi-talented Bill Long. 3-2 serving for Myers and Ionescu.
I'll give it a plug, what the heck. So for those of you that might be interested in, you can pick the book up on Amazon. The title of the book is One Wild Ride by Bill Long and Frank Irving. So if you have the opportunity, that would be, I think it's a sports book that you would enjoy.
It's a great read.
Strong first point there.
Yep.
15 love.
Again, Phil definitely has raised his game here in the second set as it relates to his serve. Very noticeable. That stayed on the Coons-Nisbet side, so Phil wins that point as well. We're 30.
30 love here. So again, Myers off to a strong start on his service game. We'll see if Phil can get the first ball in here to Holden. 30 love. Holden will get a look at his second ball here. Aubrey tried to cut that ball, didn't quite get the jump on it I think she had hoped for, and so far it's been another easy service game for Phil. We're at 40 love. Again, the weather holding off here. We're hoping to, get through the second day here of the Charity Classic without any type of rain delays that we experienced last night. So
Phil drove that forehand long, but still up 40-15. Serving to try to get up 4-2. Court's drying out a little, Bill. These hard true, we're seeing a little bit faster play maybe as the water soaks into the hard true. I would expect, as if there is no more weather, the courts to fasten up a little bit.
Yeah, I think we'll see a little bit of a speed up on the courts. They still have that dark green kind of color, and that usually indicates that conditions are fairly slow. Good return by Coons. Myers, Phil trying to drive the ball at Aubrey, and he nets that. So
40 love now back to 40-30. What was looking like an easy game has now created some stress. Got a ball behind the court here.
.40-30 as a reset here. Phil probably be looking to get the ball over to her forehand. Nope, he went backhand there, but didn't grab it. Great shot there by Myers. It was a nice return, but he put that ball right at Aubrey's feet and holds on to his serve, so they have a 4-2 lead here in the second set. And again, we talk about critical game junctures, and now we're here. We have Aubrey serve. They're down 4 games to 2. It's really kind of critical that she holds on here, or Phil and Elizabeth are really going to be in the driver's seat in this set. Again, the communication between the server, between Aubrey and Holden, server and the net person, and we'll see what they have in store. I mean, Holden, I expect him to continue to try to be very aggressive. As you can see here, they've gone away from the Australian setup. And really, that was set up beautifully by Aubrey with that slice forehand that stayed very low. Phil had to come into it, hit the ball up, and Coons was waiting right at net and easily puts that ball away. A really strong point there.
Yeah, Aubrey set that up nicely with that slice return, which you had talked about earlier, that she's showing more of that slice on her backhand here. That's a really tough shot for Phil to get up. He certainly gets it over, but puts it right on Holden's racket for an easy put away.
Again, Elizabeth trying to go down the line, Holden with a poach, but she nets that return, so we're at 30 love, so off to a good start. We'll see if Coons and Nesbitt can really hang on to this game here. Critical juncture here in the second set. Back to the Australian.
Great serve. Phil gets a good look at a forehand though. Puts it at Holden's feet, and again, hard to keep that ball in. Good hands by Phil at the net again.
Again, yeah. I mean, you see that strength that he has to, the great hands that he has to just drop that ball low at Holden's feet, and really didn't give Holden really much of an opportunity to, play anything. He tried a lot, but it drifted long. 30-15.
No.
Phil thought that was going deep, I think.
I'm not so sure it was.
I
but
don't think either, but I think based on the way he looked, I don't know if he was upset at the shot he hit or it had a look like he thought it might be going long. I agree with you. I'm not sure that it was.
Yeah.
So we're 40-15 for Aubrey and Holden. Looking to get to 3-4. Key hold, as you said. Phil gets a look at a second serve here.
Aubrey, you want to go here? I'm here.
Well, I'm sitting up here and I can't predict which way Holden's going to go here, so I can imagine what Phil's going through.
Yeah. Just putting that little bit of doubt, even though the serve may be not as strong as you would want it to be, it creates that little bit of doubt and decision making. Anytime you're hesitating and thinking versus just playing, it creates an advantage.
And again, there's a great example of using the angles to your advantage. You know, we're up here, we can't see whether they're Holden's signaling. He's signaling where he's going to go. We don't know if he's signaling where the serve should go, but you know, perhaps the server's adjusting there. She hits the ball wide to the forehand, and Holden is going to cover the line. And, you know, it just makes for a very difficult return. That ball's wide. You know, Phil's really got to bring that ball cross court, worrying about, you know, is Kuhn's going to cut the ball going cross court, or is he going to be there on the line? He tried to go down the line, but, you know, it was obviously that he was pressured by, you know, what might happen,
Right.
what Holden might do.
Right.
And, you know, we've talked about that all along as being, you know, a really critical element of solid doubles play.
No question.
So now we're here, you know, we're back to Elizabeth's serve. They're up 4-3. And, you know, obviously if they can get this hold mark, they're going to be in a position where, you know, Phil, regardless of what happens with Holden's serve after this, is going to have the opportunity to serve for the set. So another critical game here.
Yeah. Coons and Nesbitt definitely eyeing this game to try to get the break and get back to 4-all and put it back on Holden's serve.
Yeah.
Elizabeth drives the forehand, probably tried to do maybe a touch too much and drove that deep. Love 15.
You know, and last night on the hard courts, Mark, we saw Holden make the similar returns to that and follow the ball in. It's been interesting that he's making those returns and staying at the baseline here so far.
Yeah.
Mostly in this match off of the service returns to Elizabeth's serve. And, you know, maybe that's out of, you know, respect for her drive.
Yeah, I believe
not
that
sure
could be
what
the
his
case.
thought process is, but
Great forehand down the line.
not much you can do with that.
No.
Again, you know, Holden looking to occasionally go down the line to keep Phil at home so that he can successfully, you know, make that cross-court shot on other serves.
15-30, Bill, key serve here. I think she's going to be trying to get into Aubrey's forehand again.
She does so successfully. Great volley there. And we've got a double break point here. So
yeah, good
a
rally.
really solid point there.
Nisbet Coons took the net, took control of the net, and Elizabeth and Phil tried to hit through them. They weren't successful doing that, and to your point, now we're on a double break point to get back to 4-all.
You up.
Oh, what a
It's
shot.
too good. What do you do? You turn and say, great shot.
There's not much, that you can do there. I thought that was just some outstanding play by both teams. And, you know, just Holden with a great forehand up the line there. Extremely difficult shot. That goes without saying almost.
Yeah. And we're 4-all.
We're at 4-all, so we're...
And Holden serving, and he's had a lot of success. We just did finish the second semifinal, or the other semifinal, if you would. The first seeds, Nunez and DeSantis, were victorious. So they advanced to the final to be played a little bit later here this morning. Holden, good first serve to get that first point. 4-all, 15 love. Bill,
And
as we were watching. Sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
if you're sitting over there and you're, Phil and Elizabeth, they were in total control here of the set, and a very sudden shift in momentum here.
Happens quickly. There's so much on that serve.
2 outstanding serves in a row, and
the momentum has definitely shifted back. 4-all, 30 love.
Again, going with the Australian. Holden going for his bread and butter up the tee serve, unsuccessfully there. Too good.
Yeah.
So far, Holden Kuhn's rolling through the service game. We're up 40 love here.
He doesn't give you a lot of opportunities. And when you get them, you need to take advantage, which puts even more pressure on those points.
Again, sticking with that ball, sliding it into the backhand, an area where he's had a lot of success in serving on the ad side. And suddenly, we've got Holden Kuhn's and Aubrey Nesbitt up 5-4 here in the second set. Phil Myers actually serving to keep him in the match. Again, as we said before, Mark, we've got a lot of people trickling in here to watch these outstanding tennis matches. Seen a lot of members here at the Country Club of York, in addition to local tennis fans here from the York area that are taking the opportunity to come out and see some outstanding tennis this morning.
Absolutely.
Again, this tournament benefits the York Opioid Collaborative. You can make donations on the Groft Charity Classic webpage, and we hope that all of you will take the opportunity to do that.
Big
Myers
first
with
serve.
a great stepping up there with a nice ace down the middle on the first point of his service game.
He served very well this second set thus far, Bill.
His service games have been absolutely solid.
15 love. Missed that one on the overhead. Tough shot.
And I would say that that was a terrific lob that was hit there by Aubrey. That ball, had Phil let it bounce, would have bounced just around the baseline. And, that's difficult to take a ball that's back that far and really, drive it successfully onto the court. So we're 15 all here.
Yeah, great lob. Good point, Bill. Great shot by Aubrey. Holden gets a look at a second serve here.
I might expect him to drive this at the net, man. Oh, nope. It's a great return there by Holden. Phil looked like he was just a touch handcuffed by that a little bit. I don't know whether he expected Elizabeth to cut that ball or not.
Makes this an awfully critical point here, Bill,
Yeah.
at 15-30, 2 points potentially from the match.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get down 15-40. This is a huge point.
And I don't know if Phil might have expected Elizabeth to maybe cut that off with a volley. Again, we're not seeing her be quite as active as Aubrey has been. Again, an outstanding lob, but she pushes it long. So we're at 30 all here.
Good
And
shots by Elizabeth there. Could have been a tricky little backhand overhead. She did enough with it, and Aubrey pushes that long. So yeah, we're 30 all.
And this is undoubtedly here the point of the match. Myers and Ionescu really have to have this point.
Holden
And-
had none of that. What a great shot down the line. Just a tremendous
Great shot
ball
down the line. It
on a
was
first serve.
on a first serve to his forehand that was deep in the court, and Holden just took it and drove it by Elizabeth. She had no chance to hit that ball. And we're at match point here, Mark.
Yeah. Great serve.
Great serve and a pretty solid return. Here we go again.
I tried to do a bit too much. What a great match, Bill. Great finishing point.
Absolutely a great finishing point. And Mark, it was a great match, and scores were, I believe, 6-3, 6-4.
They were.
And I think it was an outstanding showing for the local players, Phil Myers, Elizabeth Ionescu. I thought they they knocked off the third seed yesterday, and I thought they came out here and played a really, really strong match this morning. And just the team of Coons and Nesbitt were just a little bit too much for them. I thought that they also played a very strong match. And, from what we saw here out of the corner of our eyes, they're going to have their hands full in the final here.
No question about it.
Yeah.
So to your point, Bill, the 1 and 2 seeds end up advancing to the final. We had some upsets to get here, but the 1 and 2 seeds get to the final. And to your point, I think the 1 seeds who are new players to us, we'll be spending some time talking about them, are going to be a formidable matchup for Holden Coons, looking for his 4th straight Groft Charity Classic title, this time with a new partner in Aubrey Nesbitt. So semifinals are done. There'll be a sweep of the courts that will give the finalists a chance to take a quick breather, and we'll be back with some other action here in a little bit. In the meantime, I think we do have some commercials for our sponsors. We're going to run those now, and we'll be back with you here in a little bit.
This is a lot like your Highmark health plan. It goes where you go. Near, far, even here. And no matter where you are, it helps you stay healthy. Same goes for your Highmark plan. We're broadening your options. So virtual care appointments with specialists, psychiatrists, even physical therapists can happen anytime, anywhere. It's healthcare that works harder by going further. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield.
Why do I love having a healthcare concierge?
It's the speaking to a real live person.
It's the figuring things out, so I don't have to.
Es la voz que me da.
It's the making sure I get my prescriptions on time.
It's the call, just to see how my son was doing after his accident.
When you have a healthcare concierge team, you have partners in care.
back. You got the we're back.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. We're back here for the finals of the 2022 Groft Charity Classic. As you can see, they're taking some pictures here. The players will start to warm up momentarily. But before we do that, I'm going to turn it over quickly here to my partner, Mark Wheeler. Mark?
Thanks, Bill. We're fortunate, as we have throughout the weekend, to be joined by key folks related to our efforts here at the Groft Charity Classic 8th Annual. And this time we're very fortunate to be joined by Brittany Schutz. Brittany is with the York Opioid Collaborative. I'm going to let her speak about her role, and we'll open it up with Brittany. Brittany, fill us in. Welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for
Fill us
having
in
me.
on your role and about what is the York Opioid Collaborative. How does it all work?
Yes, so my name is Brittany. I'm the executive director of the York Opioid Collaborative. So I oversee the day-to-day operations of the organization, as well as the strategic planning, partner development, and oversight of our different programs that we provide to the community.
It's a great cause, and for those of you who are in the community know that we've been raising funds here at the Country Club of York for the York Opioid Collaborative for a number of years now. How do the funds, I know folks who are out there who are wanting to give, how do the funds get used, Brittany, that are going to be raised this weekend?
Yeah, so the funds help support the variety of programs that we do in the community, including education around medication storage and disposal through our Safeguard initiative. The funds help support the purchasing of lock bags and medication deactivation kits that we provide to the community, as well as strategic planning and partner development, education and awareness opportunities around the impact of substance use, the impact of overdoses in the community.
That's great. And you've been kind enough, Brittany, to join us over the last few years. It's probably about time, we'll switch gears real quick, that we put a racket in your hand and get you down there to play. What do you think?
I don't know about that. It will probably be a joke, that's for sure.
Well, it's such a great cause. Talk a little bit about your board and the composition of the team at the York Opioid Collaborative.
Yeah, so as a nonprofit, we're made up of a diverse board of directors from various different sectors in our community, including local government, local treatment providers, law enforcement, healthcare, as well as individuals with lived experience, which is really important to our mission and helping our community combat the impact of substance use. To have those with lived experience on our board that can provide the insight of what individuals who are struggling with substance use are going through.
How would you say that the pandemic's impacted your efforts at the collaborative?
Yeah, so the pandemic was obviously challenging on everyone. For individuals with substance use, it was significantly challenging. So we did see, unfortunately, an increase in overdoses in 2020 that we believe has contributed to the isolation that many felt. So what it really did for the collaborative was it made us look at what were the contributing factors during the pandemic that led to this increase. So if we were ever to be in a situation again, what could we be doing differently to combat that impact so we don't see such a significant increase in overdose deaths?
What do you see, Brittany, as we move into the next year or so? Obviously, things change very, very quickly in the world today, but obviously the opioid challenge throughout the world continues to be significant, as you touched on. Talk a little bit about what the collaborative has in mind, or the goals or targets that they have in mind over the next, say, 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, so the collaborative actually just recently went through a new strategic planning session, which is a good opportunity as we move into this new year, fiscal year, to focus on opportunities for targeted education for certain sectors in our community, as well as advocacy for those who've been impacted by substance use and their families. And so that is a key element of our new strategic plan and a role the collaborative is trying to have in the community. As well as continuing to look at the data. This epidemic is constantly changing. One of the things the collaborative does is look at data with our partners to really identify gaps and opportunities. So we are prepared to respond to any new trend that might come about.
That's fantastic. Brittany Schutz joining us here as we get ready for the final of the Groft Charity Classic. Anything else we didn't touch on that you wanted to touch on related to the opioid collaborative prior to getting ready for this final match?
Just to say thank you for everyone's support this weekend, for coming out to watch some great tennis, as well as supporting this initiative, and to all our sponsors who have been so generous over the years to contribute to the cause. And this is an issue that impacts the whole community, so it takes the whole community really coming together and working towards solutions. So it's great to see everyone out this weekend to support that.
Fantastic. Brittany Schutz, York Opioid Collaborative, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're getting set here for our final match, and true to the seeding marks, our top two seeds are going to be facing off here in the final. Our top seed of Gabriela De Santos and Guillermo Nunez, they'll be playing the team that was in our match featured earlier this morning, Aubrey Nesbitt and Holden Coons. And give a little background on the players here, Mark, as we're finishing the serving.
Yeah, happy to, Bill. Two new players this year, the number one seeds, DeSantis and Nunez. Gabriela is from Caracas, Venezuela. She was ranked number one at 16 and 18 and under. She also ranked number 8 in South America at 16U. She represented Venezuela in the 2012 Fed Cup. She played college tennis at the University of at Ohio State University, primarily number 2 singles and doubles. While at OSU, she earned many awards: Big Ten Freshman of the Year, ITA Midwest Rookie of the Year, Player to Watch, 4-time Big Ten All First Team. She's currently teaching at Larchmont Yacht Club in New York. Her partner for the tournament this weekend is Guillermo Nunez. He was born in Santiago, Chile, number 1 player in Chile and South America at 16 and 18U. He won 3 gold medals at the South American Games and has played in the junior draws of 3 of the major tennis tournaments in the world, Bill: Wimbledon, French Open, and the U.S. Open. He was ranked 10 in the world in ITF rankings and number 650 ATP singles and number 700 doubles. Represented Chile in the 2013 Davis Cup. He matriculated at college to Texas Christian University, TCU. Primarily played number 2 singles and number 1 doubles, and won quite a few awards as well, including TCU Men's MVP, Big 12 Freshman of the Year, 3-time Big 12 champion, and an All-American. Guillermo is currently teaching at Pelham Country Club in Pelham, New York. And as a reminder, Coons and Nisbet, we talked about in the semifinal. We'll get into that. We're getting ready to get started, Bill. And here we go for the final.
Holden Coons serving. Again, great serve off the tee, creating an easy opportunity for Aubrey, and we're 15 love.
2 new players here, Bill. Well, 3 new players here in the final. Holden is the only holdover, if you would, and Nunez and DeSantos, I don't believe they know Holden's game, and probably not Aubrey's. So it'll be interesting as these 2 teams try to figure each other out here early.
Again, you see him go immediately to the lob, just missing it long, but very easy stroke there by Guillermo, and I think we're going to see them really trying to use a combination of lobs and drives to move Coons and Nesbitt around. Great volley there by Holden off of a strong first serve.
Quite a nice start for the Coons Nesbitt team here, Bill. 40 love right out of the gate.
And it's always important to get off to a nice, jump in these matches. It'll be exceptionally, I think, important for Holden to hold his serve on a consistent basis throughout the course of this match in order to keep them close to the top seeds. Opportunity missed there on the
look at that
overhead.
Angle, Bill. we were watching yesterday and earlier today. We haven't spotlighted Nunez and DeSantis until now. their angles, both players, especially Guillermo, have been unbelievable, and the touch that they show. That is a perfect example. Literally, he took that shot sideways. 40-15.
You know, and based on their South American background, I'm certain that they, you know, have a tremendous amount of experience on this hard or clay kind of surface.
Game Coons Nesbitt, first game.
In spite of that, Holden Coons with a really solid service game, holding on, and they're off to a good start here with a 1-0 lead, holding the game that they, you know, really need to hold. So, you know, we'll learn more about both these teams, you know, as we proceed through these matches. As you indicated, Mark, we haven't had an opportunity to see DeSantis and Nisbet all that much. You know, we've been covering the feature court. This is their first appearance on the feature court, so you know, we're really just now getting a good look at what they have to offer. You know, out of the corner of our eye, that, you know, in watching other courts, they're going to be a really solid opponent here for Coons and Nesbitt. Guillermo going for a really
left 15.
Nice touch cross quarter there, doesn't quite get it. Coons continuing to be very aggressive in his play, coming up, trying to take the net. It'll be interesting to watch this chess match unfold here as the match progresses.
Holden off to quite a good start here, Bill.
Yeah, and that was a great cross-court battle there, and you know, Aubrey with, you know, some outstanding ground strokes, going, you know, basically toe-to-toe with Guillermo there.
Nunez testing Holden at the net that time, trying to get a feel for things. Holden had the answer. Holden gets a look at a second serve, love 30 here early the second game.
And if Coons and Nesbitt can get a break here, which now they're at
triple break.
It's at love 40. We got triple 40. Break point here, Mark.
Right out of the gate.
You know,
great start. Coons and Nesbitt running start here.
Again, a great use of a lob there. Tried to go cross court with that background, but
15-40.
Backhand, but Gabriella really
stepped in.
Very active in cutting that off, and you know, that's going to be something for us to watch here, Mark.
That's exactly right.
Is how aggressive she's going to be at net. It would appear from that she is going to be very active up there. We'll see what happens as we roll on here. Both teams kind of feeling their way here early.
Yeah, they're trying to, Nunez DeSantis getting a read on Nesbitt's backhand. If she's not able to take that down the line and keep her home, could be interesting. Great shot by Guillermo there to test Nesbitt down the line. And he's back in this game.
I was a little bit surprised there. I thought Holden might go down the line with it, but I think he might have had he gotten his forehand, but he got it to the backhand, made a strong cross-court return, but the drive by Guillermo to Aubrey was more than she could handle in that particular case.
Guillermo nets a
game Coons
a lob
Nesbitt.
ball.
Coons Nesbitt lead.
They get the
games
quick
still
break
out,
here,
first
Bill.
set.
And Aubrey, you know, really, you know, working just to keep that ball in play. She had a lob return the previous time, and again, you know, got something away from the net person, over to Guillermo's backhand, and he went to drive it and put it in the net. So we have our first break of the day, or the match here, rather. And
now we have the lady serving. Nunez and DeSantis, a slow start here. Coons and Nesbitt definitely in control early here, Bill.
Yeah, actually, you know, fairly surprising from those that have had observed earlier matches, you know, that Gabriella and Guillermo have played. You know, I expect them to start to turn it up here pretty quickly once they get their sea legs.
there, Aubrey tried to keep Gabriella home, and she was home. So
15 all.
15 all. So
Beautiful
the chess
touch
match.
volley.
So chess match begins.
Yeah. You know, we expect Holden to be very aggressive up there at net. As we can see, they're going again with that Australian type of setup here. He's trying to, you know, basically get in the returner's head and close their windows of where they can return. And there was an excellent return there, right down the line.
15-30.
As we indicated, you know, Aubrey not with a lot of pace on that serve. You know, it'll be interesting to see, you know, how that unfolds as we kind of go forward here.
Aubrey definitely going to be tested in this service game, 15-30.
Now back to the traditional type of lineup.
Wow, great shot. Guillermo.
15-40.
Bit of a topspin touch shot, if you would, from the baseline. Didn't try to hit that with too much pace, but got it around Holden. And now double break point here.
Double break point. You know, I think if we were down on the court, we realized that he's hitting the ball probably with more pace than he makes it look.
That's true.
You know, very smooth player.
And now Gabriella gets a look at a second serve here as they look to get one of those, that one break back. And they get it.
Game, Nunez, DeSantis.
And Munoz and DeSantis are on the board
2 games
here.
to 1, first set.
We're 2 games to 1 in the first set, and essentially we're right back on serve. That early service break, they turned and gave it right back, and now we'll see what we've not seen Gabriella serve. So again, you know, it becomes service holds become very important here, and we'll see what she has here as we move into the 4th game of the match.
Did the Nunez DeSantis team in about the middle of that 3rd game did seem to raise it up and get back in this match. It could have very quickly been 3-love, and now that to your point, we're back on serve. So they seem to have righted the ship at least momentarily. Let's see what Gabriella's serve looks like and how Guillermo plays up at the net.
Gabriella DeSantis to serve.
It's an interesting mixed doubles match, Mark. We've got both of the males with our left-handers, and both the females are right-handers.
Good point.
And both teams kind of lining up to keep those forehands in the middle of the court. Holden looking to drive that return and keep Guillermo at home, you know, push that one long. And it's a good start for Gabriella's service game here, 15-love. Again, nice deep serve, reasonable amount of pace, and we're 30-love.
Guillermo's not even flinching on those balls. He knows exactly where, given where that ball is up around his shoulders, that it's going to fly long. He lets them both go. Great hands up there by Guillermo, but an equally good shot by
30-15.
Very nice. Cut that ball across court. We're 30-15. Again, they're using a combination of the Australian and regular doubles formations. And great poach there by Guillermo.
They do seem to have an early read on
40-15.
Aubrey Nesbitt's backhand, which is very, very strong, but if she's going to have to take a few more down the line to keep them at home. He read that very easily and was all over it. Cut that off. We're 40-15 to get to 2-all here.
Yeah, he really made that look easy.
Yeah.
You know, it was a really solid cross-court drive, but he, you know, was all over it.
Great try at a touch lob, but it goes wide, and now
40-30.
Aubrey with a great get there. Pushed that ball deep enough that it made that lob difficult over her. She took a little bit too hard an angle and pushed that wide.
Interesting earlier, and we saw some of it in the match earlier with Guillermo. He seems to use quite a few drop shots up at the net. Let's see how that plays out.
Yeah.
That was deep. And we're 2-all.
We're 2-all, and
Game Nunez,
basically,
DeSantis.
Coons and
2
Nesbitt,
games
you know,
all,
they need to
first
keep
set.
more of those service returns in play. I think there were 3 in that game that points that they lost on the service return. So we've had both teams kind of feeling their way here, and
No blood, 2-all. Here we go.
Yeah. And again, you know, we talked about this early in the broadcast that, you know, there will be a lot of pressure on Holden Coons here to continue to hold his serve throughout the match.
Missed that just wide. Good serve again by Holden. That weapon that he's got.
15
to
love.
hold serve. It's a tremendous advantage.
You know, it's a difficult shot when that ball, you know, is kicking up on you, and you're trying to drive that ball from your shoulders. Gabriella pushed that one wide. 15 love.
Gabriella starting back on Holden's first serve, now moves up on the second serve to potentially get to the net. Guillermo again uses the lob. Great hands up there by Gabriella.
And Mark, this is, I think, one thing
15
I
all.
anticipated a little bit, that they would be using the lob, you know, as a weapon. You know, it's obvious that Guillermo here has the full arsenal. You know, he can drive the ball. We've seen drop shots. We've seen lobs. So they're going to use that effectively, I think, to try to move Coons and Nesbitt around the court.
Great hands by Aubrey. She
Yeah.
anticipated that was coming down the line. I thought Gabriella
30-15.
might lob that one, but Aubrey was all over the net.
You know, and it's, you know, going to be a little bit of a chess match here, that's for sure. Again, Coons and Nesbitt, you know, Holden and Aubrey, you know, they're looking to, you know, try to be as aggressive, get up and take the net. Certainly that is, you know, one strategy we've seen deployed by this team throughout the tournament.
Great shot there by Guillermo down the line with the backhand.
Yeah.
To your point, he's got all the
30 all.
shots, doesn't he? It would appear.
Beautiful shot.
He read that serve and came up and got it. Took it on the rise.
So we're 30 all. Starting to see a little stress in this service game. Big point here.
Oh, she hit it right back to Guillermo and left him in the game. Just great play by Guillermo. Aubrey didn't do quite as much with that overhead.
Shaking her
30,
right
40.
arm a little bit. I don't know. Something a little bit awkward, I think, happened with her there, but I would not be surprised at this point. I think they're starting to see that lobbing Aubrey might prove to be an effective strategy for them. So we'll see if Guillermo comes back and immediately challenges her. She's shaking her right wrist, and, you know, we'll see what happens here. But it's break point, big point here.
Good
Again,
volley
she
by
makes the
Aubrey.
volley, but
Deuce.
it would not appear that that volley was as solid as she would like. So hopefully we don't have an injury here. We'll wait and see. We're back to deuce. We'll see what Holden does, which way he goes with the serve. There he goes.
Tremendous serve.
I was looking for him to utilize, he has that kick serve out to the
Advantage,
forehand,
Coons.
which is it's very difficult to handle, you know, particularly when you have the alternate serve that he has where he comes hard up the tee with the slider for the left-hander. So that combination, you know, if you're a service returner and you don't know which way it's coming, you have your hands full.
No question.
Guillermo's had a couple of good looks at some of the serves that Holden had, so he's been able to handle what Holden's throwing at him so far. Again, goes wide there, and again, I think they're seeing that, you know, they're going over Aubrey there,
Game
but
Coons and Nesbitt. Coons and Nesbitt
he got a little
lead.
jammed on
3
that
games
one,
to
and
2, first set.
Coons and Nesbitt got a 3-2 lead here in the first set.
Guillermo's very active, moving in there. He was looking to poach.
Yeah.
He's going to clearly be very, very active and on the move.
I mean, he actually overran that ball
that,
kind of considerably, you know, and got jammed as a result of that. And so I think, you know, so far a very tight match. You know, the last couple of games I feel a little bit like, you know, the Nunes and DeSantis are gathering a little bit of momentum here. Mm-hmm. You know, they are down 3-2, but you know, the next 3 games I think are going to be, you know, really telltale in terms of what direction this match will head. So last time Guillermo was broken. We'll see what happens here. Holden just missing the return. 15 love.
15 love.
So far, Guillermo's been sliding these serves over into Aubrey's backhand. We'll see what happens here. You know, Aubrey, as we've observed so far, Mark, her backhand being much stronger than her forehand. I'm not sure that they're totally aware of that yet. Holden with several solid drives at Gabriella, finally breaking her down. We're at 15 all here. We see a lob out of Coons. They come up and take the net. And
oh, he missed that one. He went up for a little too much.
We don't see him miss many of those, Mark.
No, that was he'd like to have that one back. Guillermo didn't do enough with the lob and was fortunate that Holden pushed it wide. 30-15 on serve.
Now going into that forehand, getting an easy point there.
Yep. 40-15 now.
40-15.
And again, it's not necessarily the velocity he's hitting it. He's hitting the ball with a lot of spin. He's hitting it deep, you know, and getting up into good position at net to volley that ball if it, you know, would be necessary.
Oh, great hands. Guillermo plays with a level of finesse that we don't see regularly.
Nunez,
very
DeSantis.
crafty, very skilled.
3 games all
the
first
different
set.
shots. Very comfortable and confident at the net. Easy hold.
So here we have a situation, you know, we're back to Aubrey's serve. She was broken the first time through, and, you know, it's going to be a you know, critical juncture here. You know, the first time through, Guillermo had his serve broken, so, you know, this starts to become a pretty important game. They need to hang on here to their serve. We'll see what happens.
Oh, great touch by Aubrey. Phenomenal shot, Bill.
15 love.
It's a phenomenal drop volley.
That was just terrific. Very soft hands.
Aubrey played that very well.
Yeah.
The whole point. As Gabriella and Guillermo continue to work on the tactical side of what they want to do here. Still feeling it out. Not a lot on that serve.
Here? I'm here.
And we'll see what she tries to do with this. I mean, obviously just trying to keep the ball deep. That one was really not deep at all.
Yeah, really set her partner up. Guillermo had a good look at
15
it
all.
and was able to take advantage against Holden.
We see Aubrey continuing to work that shoulder. Makes us wonder if she's having some discomfort there.
Yeah.
Which is actually
Not good
resulting
for
in
her
her serve not having the velocity it might normally have.
Yeah, could be.
And
Holden's going to need to be active at the net, as you said.
and it, you know, it's difficult when the opponents are really able to drive the ball, but they're, you know, makes a great move. And
great shot there. She likes that backhand.
Aubrey loves the backhand, and you know, we've seen her time and again, you know, take that high ball and really drive it with force. And they're at 30-15. If they can get this game, they'll be a little bit in the driver's seat as far as a service hold here, but it's going to be difficult. Guillermo's been, you know, very crafty with his returns.
This one.
Are we taking a step or two over to her left to get a little better angle? And Coons, he was off on a poach there. I don't know that he could have gotten his racket on that, but Guillermo unfortunately drove that ball long, and it's 40-15. So, you know, good opportunity here over the next couple of points for Coons and Nesbitt to hang on to Aubrey's serve here. We'll see what happens going back to the Australian formation here, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Holden's going to be on the move one way. It's a big hold there, Bill.
It was a good eye by Holden.
Game Coons and
he
Nesbitt.
let that volley go
Coons
by,
and
and it
lead.
drifted
4
long.
games to 3, first set.
Coons and Nesbitt have a 4-3 lead here in the first set.
On serve.
On serve. So I think the last time we went through here, Gabriella had a fairly easy time holding serve. We know that Nunes is going to be very aggressive up there at net. We've seen so far that he can be very crafty. You know, certainly if Coons and Nesbitt can get a break here, they'd be in a position to have Holden serving for the first set. Well, obviously, you know, we continue to say it. Obviously, not every game can be a critical game, but this is an important game for sure here in the first set, Mark.
Yeah. Great weather conditions, Bill. Overcast, not too hot, a little bit of breeze. Great conditions for the players to play in and for the fans and spectators to watch. Just missed his down the line there. Holden pushed it just wide.
And you can see there, you know,
15 love.
You have Guillermo. He's being very active there at net, and you know, Holden almost hit that ball right on the line, and Guillermo was, you know, literally could have almost gotten his racket on an amazing return, which shows you the kind of range that he has on net, and it basically closes the, you know, the return angles that you have here. Great shot.
Look at that.
30 love.
He's so comfortable at the net.
You know,
got all the
amazing
angles.
reaction. You know, a lot of people are lucky just to get their racket on the ball. You know, he remained very calm and then just took that ball and angled it across court for the winner. It was very well played.
Clearly has seen that ball before and knew exactly where he wanted to put it. Very calm hands at the net.
And they're off to a nice solid 30-love lead here, Mark. And Holden again missing the return down the line.
40 love.
I think that Nunes, you know, his range and his activity at the net, you know, are really, you know, making it easier for Gabriella, you know, being the server here. Again. that one, Guillermo wasn't quite able to come up with,
40-15.
but
No, he tried to do maybe a little bit too much. He had more time to think about that one. 40-15 as we again remain on serve. Aubrey got that two-handed backhand. She's really got a nice backhand. She's very, very strong on that side. Gabriella goes for the serve down the tee. Missed it wide and long.
be interesting to see. Holden's twice tried to go down the line here.
Yeah. You have to think he's going cross court here. Nope. He's going to wait until he figured one of those out. 1 for 3, but a big one there.
40-30.
Big one there. And
that one popped up for him. He got a good look at his second serve and didn't miss that one.
if Coons and Nesbitt can come away with this point, we'll be back to deuce. You know, what looked like a easy service game for DeSantis and Nunez has gotten a bit more complicated at this point. She's now on to a second serve here. So Aubrey should get a decent look here at this ball. Again, nice cross-court drive.
Just missed the lob.
Just missing on the lob, and so we're back to deuce here, Mark.
Deuce.
Yeah, that's Coons and Nesbitt worked their way back into this game. What was looking like an easy hold is now, to your point, much more stressful. Deuce with Holden getting another good look. Guillermo goes to Australian and gets a good look. Holden went right at him. He certainly didn't want to do that. That was not the intent.
Advantage DeSantis.
Sale aquí y yo voy aquí.
DeSantis and Nunez with their fourth opportunity to win this game.
Sale.
And again, Guillermo very aggressive at net,
Game DeSantis.
anticipating that
Nunez.
Nesbitt was going to go
4
cross
games
court
all.
with that ball and just gobbled
First
it up.
set.
And so we're 4-all here in the first set.
Everybody served twice, and we're all even. So we're back to Holden and then Guillermo. Again, big games, obviously. 4-all. Unbelievable serve.
Coons with a great serve out wide. We've seen him
15
now
love.
effectively use that a couple of times here. Yeah, I don't know. There's just no way to touch that ball.
No, it's incredible.
With the spin he has
Yeah.
on it as a left-hander, you know, he's hitting that ball along the sideline, and it's, you know, bouncing away from the receiver. It's,
You'd have to be standing outside of the doubles line to get that.
yeah.
And if you do that, he's going down the line. Oh, Gabrielle pushes a fairly easy volley long. Holden's off to a good start.
30
this
love.
Game, 30 love. When you're serving as well as he is, Bill, there is a tendency, I think, for the opponents to, if they do get a ball, they feel pressed to make the shot sometimes because you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get. That can happen against really good servers. And the next thing you know, a ball that normally you'd make 9 out of 10, that's the one you miss because you're feeling maybe you got to do a little too much. Great serve. Gabriella
Great
got
serve.
it up in
Nice
Aubrey's
return by
eyes.
Gabriella.
30-15.
She was looking for that one out wide a little bit, I think, there, Mark, and, you know, was able to hit a nice drive. I'm not sure that ball would have stayed in if Aubrey had been able to lay off it.
That was Holden's comment there. You could hear him very quickly try to say no, but Aubrey, when that ball's right in front of you like that, it's really tough reaction-wise to lay off of that. Yeah, and to your point, I'm not sure.
Let's see if Holden, I have a hunch he might go up the tee here. We'll see. Nope, stays.
Boy, you got a good look at a forehand there and put it in the middle of the net. That is not a
30
common
all.
shot for Holden.
And that's certainly one he'd like to have back, Mark.
No
You know,
question.
that's his bread and butter. He was looking to really drive the ball at Gabriella. It was going to be a tough play for her if, you know, he hit his normal shot. So now we're back to 30 all, and you know, at a very critical part of this first set here. Holden struggling to find that first serve a little bit here in this game. by Coons. Guillermo just knocked that a little bit
40-30.
wide, but clearly, you know, that was one that he had to hit for a winner. You know, Guillermo, if he takes a little off that, he puts it into the open court and gets a break point, but instead we have Ad in here, and Coons is serving to put his team up 6-5. Or I'm sorry, 5-4 here in the first set.
Yeah.
What a point.
She pushed that overhead. Back to your point earlier, when they get an opportunity to do, they want
Deuce.
to lob Aubrey, knowing that her serve may be not as strong as she wants it to be. It's pretty common that if your serve is maybe not as strong as you want it to be, you may not also have a really strong overhead. And we're at deuce, Bill.
Back to twos, putting a little stress on the service game here for Coons. We'll see how he responds here. I think he's missed the last two first serves here, I believe. We'll see if he can convert this one. And he does. It was a perfect time to pull that one
Advantage,
out.
Coons.
Add in again. But as strong as Holden's serve is, Mark, my observation would be Guillermo seems to be able to get on that return and put that ball where he wants to put it. So, you know, he's really creating some difficulty for them on the service points to the ad side here.
Absolutely. He is starting to narrow in on those reads. And now he gets a look at a second serve here to try to keep he and DeSantis in this game. Aubrey goes back to traditional on the second serve.
Wow.
Great point.
Great point overall.
Deuce.
Not much that Holden could do there. It was a great return, and then the first drive was terrific. Holden taking that ball up the alley with a pretty solid drive, but Gabriella volleys it away. So we're back to deuce here, Mark, and you know that we're certainly in a battle here now. 4-all first set, deuce. Net serve. Coons getting clarification that the chair umpire's in agreement, you know, what would have been a clean ace there. So we'll see where he goes here, whether he decides to go, he goes wide there this time and pushes the volley long, the second one.
You got a break point now.
Advantage,
on Holden's
Nunez.
serve. I don't remember, I might be wrong, but this might be the first break point against Holden's serve through the tournament.
Obviously a critical juncture here. I think Holden, if he had that back, you know, might not have tried to put quite as much there on the other one and get one back deep and just close the net again. Here we go. Jammed him a little bit. Aubrey misses the cross court.
Game, Nunez, DeSantis. Nunez, DeSantis lead 5-4. First set.
So that really, we've got Guillermo coming up, you know, to serve here for the first set. They were fortunate enough to break him in the first game. You know, we'll see what happens here. But I would say that DeSantis and Nunez are really in the driver's seat here in the first set.
Sure are, yeah, with a chance to hold and close out the first set. They were able to get the break against Holden. He served so well throughout the tournament. That's a big break, obviously, as we've talked about. And now Guillermo will serve for the set. DeSantis and Nunez seem to have definitely figured out their plan for how they're going to approach attacking Coons and Nisbet right now. Let's see how Coons and Nisbet adjust.
Again, it looks like our weather is going to hold up here, and we're going to get this finals match in, so we're really happy about that. Nunez serving for the set. Great return by Coons. Gabriella pushes a little long.
Love 15.
That's the start they needed.
Now let's see if Aubrey can get a backhand, although, again, Guillermo serves very strong. She get a good look at a couple of backhands here.
Again, using lob effectively, coming up, taking the net. And great lob there by Aubrey.
What a great lob, Aubrey.
Terrific point.
At a great time, wow. And they quickly have
Love 30.
Guillermo in some trouble at love 30. Tremendous lobs by Aubrey, Bill.
And it shows you, you know, how effective lobbing can change the complexion of a doubles point. You saw it there used effectively, actually in several instances throughout that point. And
even
there's an opportunity here for Coons and Nesbitt at love 30 here to, you know, get back in this set.
Yeah, and they've, you know, create some fatigue, quick term fatigue for Guillermo as he's trying to serve too. He took a few extra moments there to catch himself. Second serve for Holden. He gets another second serve. We're love 30, 5-4.
Oh, he pushes it wide.
Love 40.
Triple break point to get back to 5-all here, Bill. You wonder again on that. That was a pretty stressful point the point before with the multiple lobs. As he tried to quickly recover back, he ends up pushing the serve wide. Love 40, triple break.
Triple break. Again, great use of a lob.
Great defense by Coons and Nesbitt, but not on that one.
Third time's the charm.
Great defense, though. I mean, it really was good play. And
15-40.
Nunez and DeSantis get one of those 3 break points back, but still double break point. And again, they made Guillermo work hard on that point to get the point. So let's see if that has any impact on a serve here as Holden gets a good look. Some stressful points here.
It'd be interesting to see here if Holden tests Gabriella again. They're going with the Australian. You know, we'll see if Holden takes that ball. Nope, they're back to the regular setup. See if Holden drives the ball at Gabriella in this case.
He got a good look, and he gets the. They get the break back.
Game Coons Nesbitt.
Terrific break.
5 games
we're
all.
at,
First
5
set.
all here in the first set.
Now the ladies serve.
And we'll see here. I think that last time Aubrey was broken fairly easily, I think. We'll see.
Coons will be active at the net, you would think. While
Love 15.
Aubrey had a good look at a backhand and stung it, it was right on Guillermo's racket, and Holden didn't have any time to react to that return at all.
It was a shot, Mark, that, you know, really had to be a winner. I think she was anticipating that Guillermo might be coming across with a poach and try to hit the ball behind him, but he stayed put, and it created an easy volley for Guillermo. We're at love 15. Well played point overall. Aubrey's shot there drifted long. She tried to lob that ball.
But again, to your point, Bill,
Love
just
30.
tremendous skill on display here at the Country Club of York 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic. It's a phenomenal tennis point. Just very, very highly skilled play throughout here. And we're love 30, so some danger zone as Aubrey tries to hold. Oh, great shot by Holden. Nice adjustment to get a point back.
15-30.
We will be coming as we wrap up this game. We were very, very fortunate to be joined at the table by one of our truly great friends and an individual who's played in the tournament for quite a few years. Charlotte Sikora will be coming to Charlotte here in a moment as we work our way through this game. We're at 15:30, Bill.
Correct. And again, Aubrey driving that backhand.
She's got such power on that backhand, Bill. And it's interesting. It looked like Guillermo
30 all.
and Gabriella were on to the fact that her backhand's so strong, but they're trying to rally. And we've seen that in years past where the man trying to rally with the female. Actually, Aubrey got the better of the looks there on the backhand side, and now we're back to 30 all.
And that's where Coons being left-handed, you know, puts a lot more stress on him to move the ball over to her backhand and, you know, work to their benefit there. Big point here in this set, 30 all.
Oh, and Aubrey got good looks, but Guillermo read that cross court. He was there to close the
30-40.
Now they've got a break point.
And again, that's the, you know, his activity at net. I think was trying to, again, take the ball behind him. He stayed put, creating the easy volley put away.
Easy to say up here, but it looked like she could have got the advantage if she would have stayed in the rally with Gabriella down the line with her backhand, but she chose the cross court, which most two-handed backhands like the cross court better, but Guillermo's right there. Very strong backhand again with Aubrey.
Great battle.
Oh, that's too easy. Yeah. Great play. High level play.
Deuce.
We're at 5 all and deuce. It doesn't get any closer than that. Aubrey trying, Nesbitt Coons trying to hold to get the advantage of 6-5. And again, in just a moment, we're going to be joined by Charlotte Sikora, one of our longtime players and a great friend to the event, the classic charitable endeavors for the York Opioid Collaborative. Really looking forward to speaking with Charlotte.
And we're back here to the Australian formation. Again, nice lob. Now she's got her backhand set up, and Coons is able to put that away.
Yeah. You and I are closer to that ball now.
Yeah, well, as you can see, that point was very well constructed. They actually moved around their opponents, got them exactly where they wanted them on the court, and created that easy opportunity.
While it's
very well played.
While it's been stressful, Aubrey now has a point to get a hold and go up 6-5.
And this would absolutely be, you know, very critical here if they can hold on to her serve. Again, we're not seeing a lot of velocity off of her serve. Guillermo really driving this ball.
Guillermo chose to bring Aubrey in, bring her off the baseline where she's showing a lot of skill. Let's get her feet moving, and she tries to cut a ball. Unfortunately, ends up in the net.
Again, you know, he had been going with the cross-court returns, lots of topspin. There he decides, he goes with the cut, draws her in, gives her a very short ball to hit. You know, very, very difficult to drive that ball. She was trying to do a touch shot, and we're back to deuce.
Gabriella puts it right on Holden's racket. He's playing Australian. He moves the other way.
Advantage.
It looks easy from up here, but there's a lot that went into that.
And again, we've stressed the importance that on Aubrey's service games that, you know, Holden continue to be very aggressive, you know, close down those windows for return, create uncertainty on the returner's part, making it much more difficult for them. But another opportunity here.
Oh, man.
Guillermo
Holden
mixes
unfortunately
it up.
pushed that long. I think he thought Holden for
Deuce.
sure was going to try to cut that one.
Guillermo mixing it up,
Yeah.
changing it up, caught holding off guard a bit.
If this
and now
game
we're
keeps
back to
going,
deuce.
we're going to lose Charlotte over
Yeah,
here.
yeah, well, she fell asleep, but we will wake her up. We'll wake her in the crossover.
We should probably ask her opinion on what's happening out here.
What a great shot. What a great shot on her forehand. Aubrey had not shown a great desire to stay on the
Nesbitt.
forehand rallies, but that was a tremendous shot there.
And I really thought DeSantis and Nunes really had that one lined up exactly the way they wanted it. And Aubrey hit that cross court. I'm not sure she was looking for that great of an angle with you know, a lack of pace on it, but it certainly worked out very well for them. And again, they have a serve here to hold this game at a critical part here in the first
Boy,
set.
the ball, the serve pops up, gives Guillermo a bit of an odd bounce, but
Nesbitt leads
Coons
6
get
games
the
to 5.
get
First
the
set.
hold. We're now coming in, as a reminder, we're thrilled to be joined by Charlotte Sikora, a longtime player in the event. Charlotte, welcome to the table, a 2-time winner of this event. Talk a little bit about your passion for this event and all the service that you've provided over the years. Welcome.
Well, hi everyone. Thank you for having me. Yeah, now every year when we come back, I think it feels like we're home. You know, this is a bit of a family atmosphere for Punch, Malika, and I. So it's with great pleasure that we've come here another year. And this event has grown tremendously. I mean, it is looking better and better and better, despite the crazy weather we had yesterday. This is, you know, a great end to the event. It's been really close to our heart, as we've all, I think, unfortunately in our life, known somebody that had to deal with addiction, and opioid has been surrounding all of us, unfortunately. Recently in the club I used to be the director at, one of our members lost their son. Obviously our dear friend Mike had the same tragedy, you know. So it's difficult. It's difficult, and to be able to raise so much awareness and to hopefully help additional people every year to deal with it and to provide more services, to support families. There's just so much that event has
Love 30.
able people to do, you know, to overcome that addiction. So we love it. We love it. We love all of you guys.
We love you right back. Bill, where are we here in this game? I believe
we're at love 30, and
well,
you know,
not
Holden
anymore.
with a great drive down the line, and we've got triple set point just like that.
Love 40.
It looked like that set was going to slip away from them, and now all of a sudden they're in the driver's seat here. It'll be interesting to, you know, see what happens here.
This
Charlotte,
is an exciting match.
Yeah, Charlotte, talk briefly about the level of play that you've seen throughout the years.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because we've seen the same teams come back. We've seen new teams. Those two right now that are new to the event, I got to tell you, they are the nicest people. And that's what we like in this event, you know, good level, and on top of it, good people.
Absolutely.
And I think this is it.
That closes it out.
That closes out the first set.
A heck of a break.
Coons and Nesbitt, you know, with a very strong finish to that set, winning the last 3 games, I believe.
It was important for Aubrey to hold there, and
really
she,
was.
she did good in
a stressful game.
Yes, in that game.
What are you seeing in this match? We've been up here doing our observation. Turn to somebody who really knows how to play.
Yeah, no, I think both of the guys obviously very, very strong net players. So the girls are trying to hang in there and do what they can at the baseline. I mean, knowing our style of game with, you know, Punch and I, we like coming up to the net. So I know I can hang with those people at the baseline, so I'm not going to try. So I'm coming up. So I would like to see, you know, the South American team to maybe try as a team to take over the net a little more and see if they can disturb Aubrey and Holden, you know, to see if we can take that to a third set. That would be exciting for the crowd.
Yeah.
You know?
And we've seen Aubrey and Holden really use, the net as to their advantage
Yes.
throughout the tournament.
Absolutely.
Really coming in, very quickly, and the first set really felt like it was slipping away from them, and then suddenly we're here going, wow, they won the first set.
Yeah,
so
the momentum changes so quickly, as we know.
Yeah, I think doubles, coming up to the net makes such a difference,
Second set. Coons
Such
to
a
serve.
difference. So let's see what happens here.
And they won that set in spite of Holden actually getting broken.
Right.
Once they're at what we thought was a critical juncture in the middle of the set, and now we're back to the beginning of the second.
Nice.
Great serve. Sets up the easy overhead. Charlotte, talk a little bit
15 love.
about where you are. You're down in the Philly area.
Yes.
Big tennis and big paddle. Talk a little bit about that, if you
Yes, exciting news actually. I left Radley Run Country Club that I loved very much. But I am ready to fly on my own, and I'm starting my own business called Racket Odyssey, which is a paddle and tennis
30 love.
camp, but to destinations. So if you tell me that you want to go and do a tennis camp in Costa Rica, I'm your person.
Oh, right.
So I love traveling. That's always been one of my biggest passions. So I wanted to link all of my passions into one. So here I come.
Good for you. Good for you. I have no doubt that it's going to be tremendously successful.
I'm actually going to come here. I talked to
40
Roberto
love.
to do a paddle camp
Excellent.
in November.
We'll love to have you.
Yeah, that would be great. So
Okay, are you allowed to play in some of our league matches as well while you're here?
Unfortunately, I don't think so. I would love to.
We would love to have you.
Right there was just an outstanding service game by
Game
Coons.
Coons Nesbitt. First game. Second set.
Really on his game there as far as the serve, moving it around. Again, using that wide serve on the forehand side that I'm so fond of to their benefit, but very strong game overall. Certainly they've shifted the momentum in this match.
That was easy. He made that game look easy.
Yeah, that was an easy button game. Yeah.
And that critical first game in the second set, they get the hold, puts the pressure right back on Guillermo. He just got broken in the last game of the, or no, actually Gabriella
Nunez
did,
to
but
serve.
right back to the pressure against the Nunez DeSantis team.
I just got an idea. I think maybe we should have a paddle tournament for the charity.
There you
How
go.
about that?
I think that's a great idea. It hadn't been thought of before. Perfect timing. Let's do that. And
How
we'll do it
about
the time
that?
you're here to put on the event. I think that'd be terrific. Why not?
I am
Love
being
15.
serious. I think
I know you are.
I think
yeah.
we could make that work.
I'm with you.
I gotta tell Mike.
Tell us a little bit about your winner, how you did. I know you're playing.
I'm playing a
top
lot of
level.
paddle.
Yeah.
A lot of paddle. Yeah, competing. I have a great partner. Her
15
name is
all.
Alison Morgan from Chicago. And her and I just have a great connection, great friendship, and we love it. And we play all the tournaments, and we've grown as a team, and we hope to keep growing as a team. And nationals, watch out this year, because we're coming strong.
Excellent. That's
Yeah.
what we want to hear. Your placement last year, how far
15-30.
did you get in nationals last year? Do you remember?
We lost in quarters.
Okay.
I
made all
think
the
we
way to
made
quarters.
it. We 7th or 8th in the nation right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's a tremendous game. Yeah, it's a lot
Just
of
to
fun.
be able to be outside
Yeah, in the wintertime.
in the winter time.
Yeah.
And I tell people, once you're outside and you
30
play,
all.
you don't feel the cold.
You don't.
When you teach, you feel the cold. When you play, you don't feel the cold.
That's right. That's right.
It's a great sport. It really is.
Now, do you know Guillermo and Gabriella prior to this tournament?
No, but we played them yesterday, and we got to talk to them a bit after the match, and that's why I'm saying they're really nice, genuine people. And I was trying to ask Guillermo if he played paddle, because they are from New York area, and
30,
paddle
40.
is pretty big over there. So he said he's been learning it for a year, and he's ready to play tournaments now. So watch
I
out.
bet he'll be very good.
I
very
think he's
quickly.
going to be all right.
And Bill, we're
Quickly here,
in
we
this
have a
game.
break point,
Yeah,
and,
yeah, getting ready to say the same.
Guillermo's missed a couple of shots in this game, and it's
He does get one back there.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
get
let's
back
see if
to
he can
deuce.
hold
you can
you.
see from his body language
Deuce.
that he's not really happy with the way he's playing at the
Right.
moment. I mean, that's obviously subject to change, but
They've had such an easy time here
Yeah.
getting to the final. Interesting with some adversity. What did you see in your match against them yesterday, Charlotte?
At the point weren't super long because we were indoors, you know, so it was the guys were serving big, and so we didn't really get in much of a rhythm,
Advantage, Nesbitt.
unfortunately, but he manipulates the ball very well. He can do a lot. He can go strong, he can place it, he can spin it, he can drop it.
Yeah.
Very active at the net, obviously. So they just got to get some positive energy back right here, and see if they can really hold that game and
Deuce.
get back on track.
It's, another break point held there.
Yeah.
I thought Aubrey kind of set that up nicely for herself, but drove that backhand long. I liked her use of the lob. And it really gives Holden a little license in net to be, you know, a lot of freedom to move around there and creates, you know, make something happen there on that break point. It just did not happen in that case. Great play. Again, Charlotte, to your point earlier, you know, you have Holden and Aubrey getting
Advantage,
to net there
Nesbitt.
and taking,
Right.
you know, control of the point.
It is really difficult when you have both players at the net to do anything. It really is, especially when they are good volleyers, right?
I think at this point, I'd like to see them when they, you know, when Holden and Aubrey get to net, is to, you know, they were using that lob game a little effectively earlier, and yeah, just great.
I thought she had missed it there for a second.
Yeah, must have caught a line.
Yeah.
Deuce.
Do you know yet how much we have raised this year? Do you know how much money has been?
We expect, I think Mike said yesterday we have raised over $117,000. Now we have to net expenses out of that, but
Right.
I would expect the donation to the York Opioid Collaborative to be $100,000 plus. So we're really proud.
That's
about
amazing.
Advantage, Nunez.
It really
And,
is amazing.
You know, I think Charlotte clearly, you know, a lot of that credit goes to Mike. He's, you know, been very active in terms of pushing the corporate sponsorships, the banner sponsorships. You know, but we've also had a pretty effective matching program where individual donations of $200 and greater are being matched by some of our
Game
sponsors.
Nunez,
Oh, wow.
DeSantis.
You know, that was up to
One game
$20,000,
all.
and I was told
Second
this
set.
morning we've exceeded that goal
Oh,
as well.
wow.
So, you know, we're really pleased, and you know, I'll say again, for those of you, you know, that would like to donate, you can go to the Groft Charity Classic website. There's a Donate Now button, and we hope that all of you will take the opportunity to do that for what is absolutely a most worthy cause. As we talked with Brittany Schutz earlier today, you know, certainly since the pandemic, the pandemic itself has, you know, created more problems with addiction, and you know, they've seen a rise in overdose deaths here.
Love 15.
In that point, Bill, Aubrey got into a backhand rally down the line, and again would seem to fit her strengths, but netted the ground stroke. So love 15, early stress. Guillermo was able to work his way through and get a hold there for 1-all. Let's see how Aubrey and Holden work out her serve.
And we could look at that as really potentially a real turning point in this match.
Must have caught a line. Or no,
Yeah.
they are calling it deep. We're checking that line. Chair's actually going to get out and look at this one. Really close. I don't know. Aubrey was on the run to get to it. I don't know how at this point how you call anything different than what the team called.
Well, if he clearly sees the mark,
Yeah.
which he seems to think it's could have caught.
Yeah.
I've been there where they're so close. And
There's an indication he does seem to think it might
yeah.
be him until they convince him otherwise. They are calling it long.
And that, you know, you've played a lot of tournament tennis, and you know where you're calling your own lines, and
Yeah.
you know things can get a little bit dicey. I mean, even there they have an umpire.
15 all.
Guillermo clearly not pleased with that call. He thinks maybe at least one sliver
Yeah,
of
'cause
felt might have caught a line.
I have to tell you, he was calling the line so well against us yesterday, balls that I thought maybe were out. I was like, no, in. I'm like, it's tricky, you know, it's tricky.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much. Highly skilled players, ball's moving.
Right.
15-all. Great touch by Gabriella to keep that in. Gives Guillermo a look.
Holden able to block it back there.
Guillermo read that, but he
Oh,
didn't
what a
read that
point.
one. What a great shot by Holden. Unbelievable
Nice, Holden.
play. High level.
30-15.
Guillermo had a read on Aubrey shots there, but he didn't have a great read on that last one, did he?
No.
Tremendous shot by Holden to mix it up and go
Right.
down the line.
And, you know,
30-15.
another example of how active Guillermo's being there. I mean, for him to make that shot and then turn around and be, you know, actually looking to poach and cut that ball off, and, you know, Holden having the presence of mind to just take it down the line for the winner.
Guillermo
Nothing
gets
Holden
the
could
easy
do
one.
there.
Yeah. Back to Charlotte's point
30-all.
earlier, the Guillermo so active at the net and so skilled. Overdid the last one, but he's back in. And back to both of your points a little bit earlier, he's still maybe a little frustrated with his own play, but no doubt as highly skilled as he is, he's going to figure that out before this is over.
Yeah, that's a big game. We sometimes think, you know, it's the beginning of the set, doesn't matter. It matters a lot.
Yeah, yeah. So now we are 30-all, and Gabriella gets a look at a second serve. Holden's going to be moving one way or the other here. Let's see how that plays out. He's been going back home. He does again.
30-40?
Again, that point just didn't
30-40.
set up the way that Coons and Nesbitt would like it to set up. I mean, she was able to keep Holden home, hit that ball cross court, get Aubrey involved from a forehand standpoint, and, you know, you could quickly see that they were going to be in trouble in that point. Now we're at break point.
We are early in this set. Drove that forehand long.
Yeah, sometimes
Deuce.
that ball's too soft.
Right.
Yeah,
You know, and I
Guillermo,
think that's set up for him. He
Is
would
she
love to have that
serving?
back.
Do we know, is she injured in her wrist?
It appeared that she was shaking out the arm. So
I
we don't
saw
know
that
if it's a wrist
earlier.
or shoulder. We're not quite sure. Yeah, off
Okay.
that one overhead early in the
Right.
match.
But
She
I
hasn't-
think coming in, I don't know if she was injured or not.
Okay.
I just don't know that
we have
she
not
already.
heard anything to
Okay.
corroborate that one.
Okay.
One way or the other, actually. But when we were watching her serve earlier in warm-ups, you know, it was clearly she was showing some tentative.
Okay.
You know, and frankly, if she can get that ball on her backhand side, she's
Right.
Advantage.
It's not. The
she's
wrist
got
isn't
not a
bothering
problem.
her.
backhand, I'd say.
Yeah, there's no impact on that backhand. Tremendous.
Now we'll see if they can hold here. And again, this is a critical game. If they can
Right.
hold it, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the other team. But
Deuce.
again, a great return. Holden unable to make the volley, and we're back to deuce. So the question is, you know, they will set up an Australian again. You know, Holden trying to be as unpredictable as possible.
What do you think he's going to do, Bill? Is he going home again?
Yes. Would be my call, Bill. Now you got a second serve.
Second
so
serve.
different question.
I think he's going to come across.
What do you think, Charlotte?
I think he's going to stay.
Well,
We didn't get to
so
see
much
it.
for our predictions.
Advantage. Nunez.
Boy, how quickly things change. I mean, they were there, had a couple of points there to come away with this game, and now we're, you know, they're back facing another break point here. So Guillermo been so solid with his returns, and, you know, Holden not really being able to be very active. You know, it's kind of like a baseline battle, which again, Aubrey wins with that backhand of hers.
Back to deuce.
That backhand is just such a weapon. It really feeds in nicely, serving to Guillermo. that you get into these rallies, and he seems frustrated. He's not sure how to attack. That point, he's not coming to the net.
That's what I'm not understanding. That
you said that earlier, Charlotte.
I feel like he could return and follow up.
Yeah, put more pressure on.
Especially with her serve, right?
Yeah. She pushes that forehand. That's back to Bill's point earlier. That's where they want to be. But
Advantage,
it's hard
Nunez.
to get that set up. So let's see how Guillermo handles this one. Does he?
Well, we're back to deuce, right?
We're, I think we're at break point.
Yeah.
Are we?
I have us at add out.
Oh, I missed one point there. Okay, let's see what he does then.
I agree with you, Charlotte. I think he returns and comes to the net here.
Right, because
or he goes at Holden.
It's going to put pressure on her. She's going to have to try to pass.
Yeah.
With Holden being left-handed and at net, I like the way they're setting up here because Guillermo's having to push that ball into her backhand.
Right.
And it's setting up the points they want. I'd like to see him use that cut a little bit. Oh, there it is.
But he didn't come in.
I don't understand it.
Well,
it worked.
He did put a little extra topspin on that one and catch her feet. And that's
Game
a break.
Nunez DeSantis.
He did a
Nunez
nice job of
DeSantis
drawing her in
lead
a
2
couple of
games to
steps.
1, second set.
Coming with
First
the
set,
the
Coons,
deep shot
Elizabeth.
didn't allow her to get her legs
Right.
to really drive that backhand, and they basically come through with the break. And there's 2 games there that could have gone either way.
Right.
Yeah.
Coons and Nesbitt could be up 3-zip and in cruise control here. Instead, they're down
Right.
2-1.
Gabby to serve. Who is serving next?
Yes. Gabriella serving. 2-1, and it speaks to the skill that's on display here.
And we'll see where this set goes. I mean,
Well, that's exciting.
didn't expect where the first set went very quickly,
Right.
and now we're
We're
at
here.
another important juncture, I think, here in the set, but not critical yet. But they've had actually, I think, more success holding Gabriella's serve than they have holding Guillermo's serve. I think that that speaks to the activity that Guillermo's had at net.
Correct,
She's got a
yes.
solid serve, but he's a force to be dealt with at net. And we see this happen in a lot of mixed doubles matches where as time goes on, the net person is a big factor in whether or not you're able to hold serve. So again, to your point, Charlotte, taking the net and winning the point.
Volley. Great volley by
Right.
Gabriella, or Aubrey, excuse me.
Love 15.
Gabriella had a really nice lob over.
Yeah, Holden was there to handle that.
Holden got there, and then Aubrey gets a nice drop volley.
And I like Aubrey, if she doesn't get what she wants or she gets to the forehand, is to even use the lob on the return a little bit. If she gets a backhand, obviously she wants to drive it, but the forehand, if she can get the ball by Guillermo, it's going to put him in a better position to win the point.
Oh, great hands by Guillermo. Just a tremendous shot there.
He really does have a great hand.
15 all.
So soft.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the angles, like you were talking when
Right.
you played against him yesterday,
Yeah.
just tremendous angles. Smooth.
Smooth is the right
Smooth.
word.
Yeah. 15 all. 2-1.
Not enough there.
Yep.
I don't know that
30-15.
you want to spend a lot of time hitting him balls at the net.
I agree.
I know you want to keep him at home, and it's got to be a real challenge, but given your druthers, Gabriella's a terrific player as well, but I don't know that you want to go to Guillermo at the net too often.
No,
Well,
you
not
are right.
too often, but you
You do have to keep him honest.
do got to keep him a little bit honest.
Gabriella mixes
Again.
it up with the lob to get on to Aubrey's forehand. Gives Guillermo an easy ball to put away. There's
Beautiful.
that touch Charlotte was talking about earlier. He's got all the
40-15.
shots.
Right.
Again, there's the chess match, where they're
Right.
using the lob to move things around, get the ball to Aubrey's forehand.
Correct.
And that's proven to be a very effective strategy for them. And I'm not,
Now, what does Coons and Nesbitt do to offset that? What adjustment do they make?
I would like to see her continue to use her lob a little bit, in situations, where it's appropriate.
We end up with a
Game
fairly easy
Nunez
hold
DeSantis.
And we're
Nunez
3-1.
DeSantis lead 3 games to 1, second set.
through the first cycle of serves, and now
Wow.
we're back to Holden. Key game in this set, he needs to hold to keep them in this.
Right.
I don't think they want to go down 4-1 with Guillermo serving.
You know,
Obviously.
that's 3 games in a row, and you have to wonder if Nunez and DeSantis, you know, kind of found the recipe here for success.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Bill. So now, what do Holden and Albury do to offset that? As the chess match continues.
You know, I think that they've been very, you know, they're starting, it looks to me, to use that lob and the cuts a little more effectively. Again, Holden with an outstanding serve.
Almost a great return.
Right.
Just to get it back.
15 love.
The importance of giving your opponent one more shot to hit.
Yeah.
Right. We never know.
You never know.
Never
One
know.
more.
Right.
Great serve sets up Albury for an easy put away.
30 love.
And again, we see Coons moving a serve around. You know, he had been going wide to the, you know, on the ad side, you know, but then he has the ability to go up the tee. You know, just creates a number of problems with that serve. It was a good, again, taking the net.
40 love.
He moves into those volleys so nicely.
Yeah.
Holden.
The good players like yourself, Charlotte, make it look so easy.
Yeah, I will not compare myself to Holden.
But on your own level, it's absolutely all the success that you've had. Well, that was an easy.
That was
hole.
quite an easy game, yes.
Yeah, so we're
That
3.
was an easy button hole.
Santos lead
You know,
3
one
games
that
to 2.
Coons and
Second
Nesbitt really
set.
needed
First
there.
set,
Yeah.
Coons and
And
Nesbitt.
we'll see if they can make things difficult for Guillermo on his serve again. You know, they've been kind of on that, and you know, they're at a point where they really, I think at this point, they need this break actually. You know, to stay in this set.
It does feel that way, yeah.
I'm curious to see what Guillermo's going to do here.
Yeah.
As he's been struggling holding his serve.
Again, weather holding off here.
Yes.
We had some wild conditions here yesterday afternoon. Looked like it was just going to be a band of showers that pulled through, and then we hit a really difficult cell. Completely washed things out. We were fortunately backed up by the Wisehaven Tennis Center. We were able to finish the round of 16 in the quarterfinals, setting us up for the semifinals that were played early this morning, and now we're here for the finals of the Groft Charity Classic 2022.
3-2.
3-2 second set. Coons and Nesbitt winning the first set.
And the court, to your point, the court conditions
15 love.
have been tremendous. Credit to Roberto Bianco, our director of rackets here at the Country Club of York. They are drying out and are playing much faster, but great court conditions.
I wasn't sure this morning,
With all the
waking
rain.
up, that the
Yeah.
courts were going to be, because
Yeah.
it was still quite humid and foggy. a
15
bit.
all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
no, they did a great job with the courts.
Yeah, great job by the team here at the Country Club of York. Just tremendous facilities. Speak to that, Charlie. You've played
Oh
all
my
around
gosh.
the world. Talk about the courts here.
No, it is so nice. Not just the court, you know, but everything. The food, the way we, you know, treated here. We all have a locker. It's housing is taken care of, you know. It's the whole package. I don't know many
15,
players
30.
that have played here that do not want to come back the following year because of the atmosphere, because of the people, because of the facility, because of it all, you know. So it's very enjoyable.
They've got Guillermo in a little trouble here again. We're at 15-30. Last time they created that, it's a familiar pattern. She misses that one, but Guillermo was actually
30 all.
looking at the serve and volley there to try to get that out of that pattern of him matching cross-court forehands with Aubrey's cross-court backhand.
And
We're at 30 all.
And notice that he served down the middle there to get onto her forehand, to your point, Bill. 30 all. Pushes Holden back into the corner, and now he's got an ad.
40-30.
to get to 4-2.
And
Let's see if
again,
he does
really
that
big,
same
really
thing here.
big for
Yeah.
him to hold serve here.
Yeah. Great return by Aubrey on the forehand. She gets the backhand. She
Gabriela
cuts
was
the
ready.
backhand, but went for a little too much. She's exactly right, Charlotte. Gabriela was ready. And they get the hold.
Game Nunez DeSantos. Nunez DeSantos lead 4
And
games
again,
to
last
2,
time they
second
were
set.
able to hold on to Aubrey's serve here, and obviously being down 2-4 in the second, you know, it's really going to be critical for them to, you know, continue to hold her serve and remain just a break down. So
Let's see what happens. I still would be curious to see them taking over the net after the return.
Great shots by
got it.
Gabriela to stay in it, but not the third one.
Not enough.
Tremendous play by Holden at the net.
15
1, 2,
love.
3 shots, you're out at the little ball game there.
They were great gets, but Holden's active, as Charlotte had mentioned earlier. His activity up at the net really took over that point once Aubrey got that first serve in.
Again, Guillermo
I'm not
not
happy
liking
with
missing
himself.
that one.
Yeah.
30 love.
So they're a little
Really,
bit.
he's finding it hard to believe, right? You got a really good look, and you don't want to net that ball, obviously.
Sometimes I think some players, and Charlie, you can speak to this, they actually prefer the pace.
Yes,
And a ball like
absolutely.
that can be very difficult for them to hit. Might have missed a call there, but Guillermo misses that drop volley.
40 love.
Quickly at 40 love here on Aubrey's serve. Pretty low stress thus far. Guillermo's missed a couple of balls. He'd like to have back. Nesbitt, Coons looking to get to 3-4 here. This is a big hold if they can get it.
And I like this formation when they're serving to the ad court because of Holden being left-handed and forcing the ball to her backhand, and that's been a pattern that they've really liked here. I know Guillermo's trying to find his way around it. Unfortunately, she faults there.
40-15.
Well, and what we've seen, and Charlotte's been talking about trying to get the DeSantis Nunez team to the net. The other thing they've tried to do is lob over Holden to get to Aubrey's forehand back that way, but it is a cat and mouse game played at a very high level. Here we are with Holden back at the net. Charlotte, which way is he going to go? Or 40-15?
He's staying.
He's going to stay home. Same question, Charlotte. Second serve. He almost has to stay now, right?
I think he's staying.
But he wants to protect Aubrey's forehand. He does go.
Oh, he
use of
stayed.
Lob. Great lob. Aubrey's, for a younger player, and
Game
the younger
Coons,
players play
Nesbitt.
so much at the baseline, she's got a tremendous
Nunez
lob.
DeSantos.
She's shown it throughout this match.
Lead 4 games
Been
to
very,
3.
very effective with
Second
it.
set. First set.
You know, I
Coons,
think it's a
Nesbitt.
very effective play overall, particularly on the surface. Can be, you know, when you have a team closing the net, you know, to go over them and move them back, you know, a couple of steps from the net can, you know, often be very helpful. But we're back on serve here, and you know, Gabriella actually is, you know,
She's been holding
her serve fairly consistently, and you know, Guillermo, he's a problem up there at net, and you know, we'll see, you know, if they can come up with some kind of solution here.
Just such a high level of tennis. It's just really fun to watch.
Yeah. Again, we've got a pretty good crowd here this morning. We've had people trickling in, and
They heard Charlotte Sikora was here. That's certainly a piece of that, a fan favorite over all these years. Charlotte, do you have any of your clinics, events already scheduled?
Yes, I am going to be away a lot, more so helping other paddle pros with their own camp. So I am all over the place. Starting end of August, I'm in Chicago. Then I will be helping Johan Durant and Steve Mitchell do a camp in New Hampshire for 3 weeks in a row. Then I am doing a camp in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Then I will be in Wisconsin, believe it or
Frequent
not.
flyer miles here. You're going to be, just like you said earlier, you're going to be all over.
Yes. And yes, and planning the year 2023. So it's very exciting.
Good for you. We're
Yeah,
thrilled
very
for you.
exciting. Yes.
We're very thrilled.
No, thank you. All of you
Love
have always
15.
been so supportive of Punch and I. You know, we really love it. And Punch is doing great with his own business, One Two Punch, building those young kids to get better tennis players and human beings, you know.
Yeah, there it is. That's what you and Punch have
15
been all
all.
about, is trying to help our youth through sports, but actually
Right.
in a much bigger picture, trying to make them nice young ladies and young men.
Yes.
And we appreciate all those efforts and all the folks that you're touching on an annual basis.
And always wonderful to see you. Thanks for taking the time to jump
Well,
up here in the box and
Of course. Thank you for having me, guys.
30-15.
perspectives on your business as well as on the match that is being played. We really appreciate it. And
Yeah, let's see where we're at when we talk next year.
Absolutely. Soon, we don't want you to hang up your rackets, but you'll quickly move into the booth here.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. I feel very comfortable.
But we need you. We need you on the court, though. We so enjoy watching you play. The tournament needs you in both areas. Sign a dual contract.
Well, Punch has so many young players, so maybe next year we'll have him play with one of his players, upcoming player.
40-15.
That would be fun to witness.
Only if you come with one of his male players. And we'll double down.
Maybe we'll do that.
Yeah, we're thrilled to continue to have you.
and we're at 40-15 here.
Okay.
Gabriella looking to perhaps have another comfortable hold. Coons with a great drive down the line. They won the first. Coons and
40-30.
Nesbitt won the first point to go 15-0, and then basically a rally. They still have the ad. DeSantis and Nunez we'll see if they can convert here. If they do, they're really going to be in the driver's set as far as the second set's concerned.
4-3, 40-30. Aubrey tried the lob there that has been effective, but didn't get enough on it, and
Game
DeSantis
Nunez DeSantis.
gets the hold.
Nunez DeSantis
We
lead
moved,
5
as you
games
said,
to
Bill,
3.
to
Second
3-5
set.
with Holden serving.
I'm always impressed at how composed Holden is. Even when he started playing here at the tournament 3 years ago, I believe, at his young age, he was always very composed.
Carries himself in such a great manner.
Right. Very professional.
15 love.
To have a local player of his ability and the kids, you see quite a few juniors around the court here watching. He's a role model in all ways to the community here, both kids and adults.
On and off the court.
Absolutely. Just a tremendous representative of his family and our community.
Talking about his family, his mom, Dawn, is actually going to help me with my business.
Very nice.
Yes.
Tell
Looking
us a little
forward.
bit more about that.
She, well, as
15 all.
I have been telling everyone about the business, she got very intrigued and realized that maybe there's a lot to deal with and offered her services. And I jumped on it and I said, yes, Dawn, please come help me. So I think we're going to make it happen.
Terrific.
Yes.
Glad to hear it.
The whole family is just wonderful.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We're 15 all, 3-5. Holden caught a miss hit on the racket, and now he gets another missed volley. So some early stress in
15-30.
this game on Holden's serve.
And now he's going to Guillermo, who's given him some. They've had some fits here on the ad side.
Need this point, or you're looking at a double break point to close out the set.
Yeah, we'll see if Holden goes back to that serve up the tee that he used effectively on his last service game. Like that.
Sure did.
Very nice.
That's, again, the ability to get those easy points.
30 all.
Yes.
Just tremendous. To have that as a weapon is just tremendous.
Mark, we've talked about that, you know, neither one of us have a tremendous serve, but you know, we admire those that do just because of how easy it makes the game.
It is nice to have.
Another
Ooh,
huge serve
I thought
that just
she might have
lands
made
deep.
it.
40-30.
And a very small detail, we'll have to resolve that one miss hit from Holden. That third ball got lost, so we're down to 2 balls. I'm sure we'll work our way through that, but
Now I'm impressed. You guys can talk to me, comment the match, keep track of the score, keep track of where the balls are going.
Game
I'm not ready for that yet.
well,
Then
you're
yes,
doing a
DeSantis
great job with the
lead 5
commentary,
games
so
to
we
4,
all find
second
our
set.
spots.
First set.
And the Bill and I.
She's found her niche.
It's,
yeah,
yeah,
is that
it's
where
just,
we're at?
for us, it's just all home week. We enjoy each other's company, and we enjoy the game and the club and the collaborative. So we're very fortunate. But yeah, there's a couple things going on, and again, a quick shout out to Cliff Kearns here, kind enough to get us set up on the AV side. Just a tremendous opportunity to share this with folks who couldn't be out here today.
He hasn't thrown us out of the booth yet.
He's threatened a few times. There's been a few miscues on my behalf, but he continues to pick me up. His shoulders are a little slumped, having to carry me around, but he does a great job for us.
You know, as I got to the booth here early this morning, you know, Cliff described his dilemma last night as the second cell moved through here, and it was raining sideways with all his equipment here, and you know, I'm glad that I think almost everything's back and rolling, except for one laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, we were all worried when we saw that was covered, all the cameras were covered, but the wind was so outrageous. We're like, it's not going to be enough. And you were here under this tent, and we're like, he's going to fly away with it.
So we're 5-4, Bill. A second set, Guillermo and Gabriella looking to get a hold to close out the set. Back to Charlotte's point a little bit earlier, the Coons Nisbet team has put stress on on Guillermo's last serves, and we just had 2 youngsters find the third ball. Nice round of applause for those youngsters. We now have the third ball back. Guillermo wanted that third. Make sure he had the best ball he could. And
one of them probably slid under the paddle cord.
Probably.
And, you and I would have been unable to retrieve that
Absolutely, without at least not getting up without a lot of help. Great first serve into the corner.
Great response there by Holden, I thought.
And got that ball up on Aubrey. She kind of probably had a decision of, do I let it go or hit it? She hit it, and unfortunately
15 love.
it's up in the net.
I think she might have saved him there, but we will never know.
Good start
15
for
love,
Nunez and
5-4.
DeSantis here as they look to close out this set. Another good serve.
Oh, he pushes that well wide on a fairly easy ball for a
15
cowboy
all.
player that he is.
I think actually, I mean, I've been talking about this as we go on. It seems the softer balls are,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he just likes the pace.
He's
and
used to
not
more
getting
pace.
a lot of
Yeah.
pace there.
No, it's a great point. And it seems to continue to be frustrating him. Rightfully so. A ball that he's made, I'm sure, thousands of times. And again, easy from here.
It'll be interesting to see if Holden goes at Gabriella this time. You know,
Holden gets a
he
second
has a
serve
tendency
here.
not to do that. Holden's been bringing his cross-court backhands. Backhands have been cross-court. Forehand, anything can happen. Again, he gets it to successfully the backhand. Oh, that was one I wish.
Yeah, he stretched him both
Holden would
ways
wish to
there.
have that one back.
Yeah, he
30-15.
Guillermo, though, deceptively took him both ways and made him hit a couple of really hard volleys. He wasn't able to get that last one. 30-15, 5-4 as they look to hold and close out the set.
And you would expect him here to go to Aubrey's forehand. We'll see if that is in fact the case. He goes backhand.
He gets the easy ball again.
What a play.
Yeah. Guillermo, given some of the errors he's had, he decided to just play that ball
30 all.
back into the court. Unfortunately, he went to Aubrey's backhand, and when she's able to come in and see that ball up around her eyes, she has done damage throughout this tournament with that backhand. That's a tremendous shot. We're 30 all.
She does a great job of getting her weight into that.
Yeah.
You
She
know, getting
committed
everything
fully.
out of the,
Yeah. And back to Charlotte's point, she made a good point a few games ago. Here we are with stress on Guillermo's serve again. 30 all. Great serve. Sets up the easy put away for Gabriella.
Nice.
Well played on her part.
Tremendous serve.
40-30.
It was a perfect spot. I mean, you couldn't hit that ball.
Kind of at the right time as well, right? 30 all serving against Holden.
Timing is everything.
Now I would go back to what you said, Bill. I have to believe he's going to want to go up the middle here and get a
You
look
would
at a
think
forehand.
so.
And he does. She lobs. He didn't do much with that ball or that ball. Oh, boy. It gave him a look. And that closes
Game
out
and
the
second
second set.
set.
It only seems appropriate
Nunez
for such a
DeSantis.
wonderful event that we would go 3 sets. How about
Yes.
Charlotte?
I
Almost
agree.
had to be, right?
Yes.
You wouldn't want it any other way. And oh, by the way, each team has
Ball
11
change, please.
games. We're going to get new balls. They'll take a brief moment to switch sides, and we'll head into this third set.
Well, thank you for having me, guys. That was a
Charlotte,
pleasure.
thanks so much. Yeah, we'll let you
Probably
go enjoy
thought
the
we'd
third
never
set.
let you escape.
Yeah, again, you seamlessly fit in here. It's like you were right with us the whole way. But yes, please go enjoy the third set.
Yeah, no,
thank you so
you.
much for
Well,
joining
thank you.
us. And
Thank
thanks
you for all you
do.
do. No, thank
right
you,
back-
guys.
Right back
Yes.
at you. It's a thrill to have you every year.
We will
look
see you
forward
next
to it.
year.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much.
Take care.
Charlotte Secor, thank you.
Bye-bye.
So I guess our crowd here needs to strap in here for a third and deciding set that will crown the winner of the 2022 Groft Charity Classic. We've seen some great tennis here. Great chess match between these two teams, and you know, it's tough to figure out which way this thing is going to end up.
Yeah, the momentum has gone back and forth here, Bill, for sure.
I'm going to take a 2-second break here and jump back here, hopefully for the beginning of the third set.
Great. To Bill's point, we'll go right into a couple commercial sponsors.
This is a lot like your Highmark health plan. It goes where you go, near, far, even here. And no matter where you are, it helps you stay healthy. Same goes for your Highmark plan. We're broadening your options. So virtual care appointments with specialists, psychiatrists, even physical therapists can happen anytime, anywhere. It's healthcare that works harder by going further. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield.
Why do I love having a healthcare concierge?
It's the speaking to a real live person.
It's the figuring things out, so I don't have to.
Es la voz que me da.
It's the making sure I get my prescriptions on time.
It's the call, just to see how my son was doing after his accident.
When you have a healthcare concierge team, you have partners. Partners in care.
Okay. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. The visual is key. And we're saying the score. And they're going to take a longer break here. I'll stretch.
same side of serve. Yeah.
Final set. Coons to serve.
Starting the third and deciding set with Holden Kuhn serving. Starts off with an excellent serve. 15 love
15
here
love.
in the first game.
$30 love.
Welcome, we're back for the beginning of third set action. Unfortunately, we've missed the first 2 points here. 2 strong serves by Holden Kuhns. They're off to a 30 love lead in this game. Again, we've had a great match so far. There's been a lot of back and forth, a lot of ebbs and flows in this match. And after 2 outstanding serves, Holden misses that one over the higher part of the net. Again, trying to kick that ball wide. He's had a lot of success with that serve. Unfortunately, not on that point. 30-15, first game, third set. Obviously, the 2 teams split the first 2 sets with Aubrey backing off a net there, making an easy play for Guillermo, and
30 all.
All of a sudden we're at 30 all here, Mark, and
yeah, here we go at the third set. It's this is for the championship now. It's been high level tennis. Again, 2 easy serves, and now we're back to 30 all though. Great hands.
Just a great point
Just
there by Holden.
Unbelievable shot.
40-30.
Great hands by Guillermo to stay in the point.
Yeah.
But that's just a tremendous swinging volley in the middle of the court there. That's a really hard shot.
Yeah. And obviously, Aubrey there being very smart, deferring to the strength of their team, and that's, Holden's, ability to handle shots above his shoulder. So, well done there.
Deuce.
Looked like they were in control there, Mark, on that point.
Yeah, Aubrey'd like to have that one back.
Absolutely.
We're deuce. They're going to go Australian, play a little I formation. Let's see how they handle
and
it.
Holden really hit 2 outstanding serves there. And now, he's kind of back to the drawing board a little bit.
Unfortunately, Aubrey nets another volley, and now there's
advantage,
stress.
Nunez.
And there's a break point here, Bill.
Yeah. Obviously, it's a very critical point here. We'll be interested to see if based on what's happened the last couple of points, if Guillermo tests Aubrey with a drive here. Great shot by Kuhns. Got him a little bit handcuffed and manages to hold on.
Deuce.
Guillermo not picking that ball up off the surface there very well. I don't know if he got a bad hop there or what, Mark.
Yeah, not sure. But again, to your point, Holden, throughout this tournament, when he's needed a point on his serve, hyper-focused and has delivered at almost every turn.
Gabriella's taken a step toward the middle, and Kuhns takes advantage of that.
Great hands
again
by Guillermo. Creates the error this time, and now there's an ad for Guillermo and Gabriella.
Advantage, Nunez.
Great hands again, though, with Guillermo to stay in the point, Bill. That's not an easy shot.
That's not an
with
easy
a lot
shot.
Of pace.
And, he's had several instances of that in this very game. And we're back at break point. Another, key point here right at the beginning of the third set. And Coons with another. Oh, I thought it was good, but it was called long. No argument from anyone. So
second serve.
They have
here
a much
for
better
Guillermo.
vantage point down there than we do, Mark.
Yeah. Great second serve. Great second serve. Guillermo wanted a forehand, probably forced that a little more than he had in his mind almost that he was doing forehand there no matter what.
And we've seen Coons do that time and time again, where he brings the ball into the body, creates a difficult return, and, he gets it back to deuce. So critical point, they're able to hold on again. We'll see if they can make something happen here. That time,
Holden
Aubrey
continues to love that up the tee
Advantage,
serve on the deuce side there. He feels very comfortable with that. Now they have the ad in this first game.
If he hits that serve up the tee, it allows Aubrey to take a step or two toward the middle, and they're going to get a good volley out of it. So it's a very high percentage play.
Yeah.
And when he continues to mix it up, he's, we'll kind of go either way. I'm interested to see if he tries to go up the tee here again or he takes it wide. I did go for the tee. Second serve here. Add in. Aubrey again unable to convert that volley, so we're back to deuce.
Yeah, she's kicking herself. She's got great hands up there. Unfortunately, in this game, she's had 3 shots she'd like to have back, but we're at deuce. Again, I would certainly expect them to line up in the I formation and for Holden to look for that serve up the tee. That's what he seems to really like on this deuce side.
It's, we're sitting here. It's difficult for us to predict which way he's going to go. Again, appears to be looking for that money serve. Having missed that, is he going to in fact now change up and go wide? We're about to find out. Nope, stuck with the tee. They've had good success with it.
Yeah, he's moving out further on the second serve. He likes that tee serve on the first. And then he has done that multiple times now where he moves out wide. He takes about 3 steps further to the right, his right, and then he pushes it down.
Advantage, Coons.
It opens up that angle.
Really difficult.
And he clearly caught Gabriella leaning there, thinking that, oh, here comes another backhand, but Holden changes it up. And they have another ad here, Mark, and if they can hang on to this game, that'll be very important for them here.
Yeah.
They feel like they've been hanging on here a little bit for a while.
Guillermo gets a look at a second serve. Holden
See if he tries
looking to go up the middle here.
Yeah, I think he'll try to bring it to the body, up the middle again. Guillermo did get a good look at that forehand.
Holden went for a little too much there.
Probably wasn't the best play there. I think Holden himself would say that. Probably a little disappointed in himself.
Seemed in a bit of a rush at that point to get the point over. He was in a good rally with Guillermo with his forehand, Guillermo's forehand. Holden would have held up fine in that rally, I have to believe. Switched it up to Gabriella, and then he went for a little too much with the backhand.
And
we're deuce.
This is at least, what, our 4th or 5th deuce here, Mark?
Yes. And now they are not in the I formation. Interesting, he is going out wide. But he still goes down the tee with it, which she hadn't. She was expecting him to go out wide.
Advantage,
He surprises her. Tremendous serve.
It's interesting, he basically took a few steps that would make that serve more difficult and then put the ball, right on the square on the line. It would appear from up here.
Phenomenal.
There was no mark for a dispute, so it was a great serve by him. Yeah, it's key here. I mean, Holden really has to get this first serve in. They've been struggling to win points on the ad side. And he goes wide this time, misses it. And, Yeah, we'll see if they get in a battle here, across court forehands, or whether Guillermo goes at Aubrey, which I think is a good possibility here, and a good serve into the body. Guillermo trying to get to that forehand and was unable to do so. And Holden running around that to get that forehand. Great point here.
Great shot.
Great shot.
Tremendous point. To
Yeah.
your point, Bill.
Game and Coons
Controlled by Holden
first
at the
game,
baseline.
final set.
That was terrific. He really moved that ball wide, and you know, it was going to be a difficult play there for Guillermo. You know, the side over there is not very friendly should you run into it.
Yeah, that stone wall's been there for a little while. The stone wall has won many a battle against flesh. Now, it won't matter because of the sun in any way, but the players are serving on different sides this third set, just the way it ended up getting played out in the second set. Guillermo has been in stressful situations with his serve. He's now serving on the other side. We'll see what adjustments he wants to make or has made to see if he can stay in here. So we're on serve, third set. Love 1. Nunes de Santos looking to even up the third set here at 1-all.
We have not seen any indication that we will see sun here today. I think it's going to remain cloudy throughout the match, which is terrific.
Good
for
conditions.
Both the spectators and the players.
Yeah. Aubrey reached in for that one to give another look, but she ends up leaving it right on Guillermo's racket, and
15
wasn't
love.
going to miss that one.
Yeah, one thing that you see with Aubrey a little bit, she gets in those situations, she takes a step or two back rather than getting her footing and keeping her body moving in and blocking the ball. You know, creates some difficulty for herself. 15 love.
Surprised Guillermo went cross court there. I think Holden was
30
surprised
love.
too. I think he had every expectation he was going to go down the line.
A little bit of a surprise there, Mark, and I think maybe he thought Holden was going to try to cut that ball because, you know, us watching, that would be a clear advantage to get him in a kind of a battle there with Aubrey going up the line with her forehand in play. I think she was expecting a hard drive
30,
there.
15.
Yeah,
Looked
he
like
took a little
Holden threw a
something
little
off
bit of a
that.
changeup. I don't know if he was trying to lob that ball and mishit it or what exactly happened, but Coons and Nesbitt do come away with that point. It's 30-15. As we said, it's 1-0 Coons and Nesbitt here in the third and deciding set in the finals of the 2022 Groft Charity Classic.
Aubrey gets a second serve here. She's certainly going to be looking for a backhand if she can get it. Guillermo wasn't having any of that. Now she gets into a rally with her backhand.
And as we've talked about, Mark, this is a pattern that they love because
30 all.
you know, Aubrey's on her backhand. You have Holden in the middle of the court with his forehand. Anything, she's driving the ball hard. It's making it difficult to return, and Holden's able to take advantage of that and, you know, get some relatively easy shots to pick off. And big point here, we're at deuce. Coons coming up and taking the net.
Just missed on that. New stress here early in this third set, Bill. We've got a
30, 40.
Guillermo again, not the biggest server, and there's been stress on his serve throughout these last two sets. We got a break point here, Bill, early in this third set.
You know, and Gabriella really hasn't been all that active at net. And again, very effective use of the lob. Now, you know, they basically have the net. Guillermo with a great shot. You know, taking advantage of Holden's position there. Would have liked to have seen maybe Aubrey have a step more toward the middle of the court there. And, you know, that's one thing Guillermo, you know, he recognizes that, you know, and he's going to make the percentage play, which he did there, basically making Coons and Nesbitt unable to convert the break point. And we're back to deuce. And
big first serve. No, they just deep.
And it's interesting, Holden has not been following any of his service returns to net. And we saw him do that more on hard court, now coming in and being able to convert it. And the value of being able to get to net like that has been very high to their team. And, you know, Holden converts it, and we have another break point here, Mark.
Yeah, tremendous shots by Holden there. He played that, he was in control of that point right from his first return. And the volley, the aggressive volley was just tremendous.
Aubrey again using that forehand.
Guillermo again showing great touch at the net. We're back to deuce.
Deuce.
But again, Bill, a lot of stress on Guillermo's service hold versus throughout this match, Holden's ability to hold quite a bit easier on the men's side with the ladies to serve the next two games. Great serve up the middle. One of the biggest serves we've seen from Guillermo in a while.
Advantage, Nunez.
And at a critical juncture. I mean, this last, you know, set we had some, you know, critical games that Coons and Nesbitt could have won, but were unable to convert. And this would be another one if they're able to hold on here. Expect him to follow this. Nope.
Oh, poor Gabriella got a miss hit there, and we're back to deuce, Bill.
Back to deuce.
Deuce.
Again, quite a bit of serving here for Guillermo. Every game lately has been pretty high stress.
They're definitely making him work on his service games.
Take a little bit out of his legs, and will that matter later in this match at the net? Second serve for Holden, going to get a good look at a forehand here maybe. Guillermo, great placement. He nets the backhand and shows quite a bit of frustration.
Yeah, that's
advantage.
That's a shot he has to convert there. And, you know, Holden really has been keeping the pressure on them. He's, you know, had a few loose points along the way, but, you know, has really been solid with his service return. And, you know, he's been getting that return in, getting it deep, and then looking for the next ball and the opportunity to come into net, which has been their bread and butter throughout the tournament. Nice cut across there, but just unfortunately Aubrey pushes the ball wide. So.
Deuce.
And guess where we are, Bill? Yet another deuce, and again the stress on Guillermo's serve. And he's showing a level of frustration, continues to heighten for a player who's very composed.
Would not be surprised to see Coons try to do something down the line here. Up, does not. Follows it up.
That's a great lob by Guillermo. That was just a tremendous shot.
Advantage, Nunez.
Nesbitt unable to convert on that high backhand. And now they have a chance here to convert the hold. We'll see if they're able to do so here.
Those two lobs by Guillermo in that game were tremendous. Now Aubrey throws the lob in, but unfortunately it sails long, maybe a little bit of air up there.
Game Nunez, DeSantis.
After quite
one
a battle,
game all,
he
final
does
set.
hold, and we're knotted at one, Bill.
Very critical game there, very critical hold. And, you know, that could be significant in the conversation here as we continue to move forward.
So now we have the ladies serve. We've talked a lot about Aubrey serving. You have to believe DeSantis and Nunez are going to try to get into that forehand on Nesbitt, but Holden's going to be active at the net. The chess game begins.
Aubrey really struggling with that serve, it would appear.
The men very tight against the net here. And yeah, back to the discussion we had.
Love
earlier.
15.
Is there something wrong with the arm or the wrist, or just struggling on the technique side on the serve? First point, Love 15. She has worked her way through the challenges throughout the tournament on the serve. Now she gets the opportunity to play off of her backhand. She pushes that backhand long. Seemed to take a little off of that, Bill, didn't?
Love 30.
Yeah, I don't know
the
if
return pushed her back a bit, maybe.
she didn't feel, quite as confident really driving that ball.
Yeah. We're Love 30 here, Bill. With a chance for Nunez and DeSantis to potentially convert a break. If they can get one more, they'll have some break points.
Big point here early in the third set. Again, it's important that she gets this ball. I mean, she's not going to get a lot of velocity on it, but she needs to get the ball deep. That gives Holden a fighting chance.
The men again very tight on the net. And she nets the serve again. So
Love 40.
Another stressful game here for Aubrey. We're Love 40, triple break point.
It's interesting. They've been able to. Aubrey's been able to hold her serve, if I'm not mistaken, at least the last 3 times. So this game clearly off to a weaker start. Again, using that lob to the extent she can, and that turned out to be a good play.
15-40.
Taking that, and we're at 15-40.
And as you and I know, Bill, on the serve, for those out there who don't play a lot of tennis, we're in the third set. They've been playing for a while. Legs get a little bit tired. It's important to keep your legs in the serve. Sometimes harder to do. Gabriella takes it right at Holden and catches him.
Game Nunez DeSantis.
Tight, and they get the break.
Nunez DeSantis lead 2-1, final set.
And again, Holden, was obviously poaching on that. I overran that ball just a little bit, and sometimes that's a good play to just play the ball up the middle of the court like that. When you have somebody really active at net, you're generally going to get them, going one way or the other against where they would typically like to go. A beautiful day here. We're sitting here, we're just off the 18th hole green, where 4 of the esteemed paddle players at the Country Club of York here are finishing their round on the golf course. We've got DeSantis and Nunez up a break here at 2-1 in the third set, and this has been actually one of the almost money games, I would call it, for them, as Gabriella's been very successful at holding her serve, and if she's able to do so here, it's going to put Coons and Nesbitt in a somewhat of a hole in the third set. I think it's going to drift long. Yep.
Yeah, sure is, and out of the court. Again, great touch by Guillermo to throw that lob
15
up,
love.
as we've been talking about. Just great touch.
And they've had a lot of success here, Mark, going over top of Aubrey, and used that effectively. Coons was able to run it down, but not able to put the ball back in play. So looks like she's going to try to go to the forehand. She does. She took a step over to make that happen. And a great shot there
Great
by...
touch shot by Aubrey Nesbitt.
15 all.
Guillermo was anticipating the cross court. She had time to see it. He moved way too early, and she goes behind him. Fabulous shot.
And again, on that low ball, Mark, using that slice backhand very effectively when she has had the opportunity to use it. Nice play there. Coons and Nesbitt putting the pressure
15-30.
on. Holden taking that ball, coming up to net quickly. And 15-30. Aubrey anticipating that Guillermo was going to post
30 all.
that. Stays home, puts the ball away. Actually, on Guillermo's serve, she's been using the lob pretty effectively, and I would like to see her actually go over Guillermo if, she gets that opportunity, and, it'll put a lot more pressure on Gabriella to, make the right shot with one or potentially both of them at net.
Holden tries to go down the line, and Guillermo read it.
40-30.
Early stress. Now they've got the ad to consolidate the break.
We'll see what happens here, what Aubrey tries to do with the return. Again, Guillermo at net being very disruptive here. They're now in a pattern that they like into, her backhand, and again, it pays off dividends.
Great backhand down the line,
Deuce.
obviously for the winner. And now they can create some stress for Gabriella here with deuce. The Nesbitt backhand has been a beauty to watch all weekend.
Quite a weapon. Back to deuce. Coons with a great drive, a great angle off of that.
Advantage, Nesbitt.
Gabriella able to get her racket on it, but really not much she could do with that ball, and it creates a break point here. Coons and Nesbitt having the opportunity to square the set up here if they can win this point.
Great serve. Guillermo gets the easy put away back to deuce.
Deuce.
Again, Bill, Gabriella's serve there is the key. Sets everything up. Gives Guillermo the easy put away and a low stress point to get back to deuce. Let's see how active he is at the net here.
Looks like he's going to kind of stay at home on this particular one, so we'll see what happens if I'm reading the signals correctly from up where I said.
Didn't stay home quite enough. Holden gets a great look at a backhand.
Advantage,
I don't know if the
Nesbitt.
serve was meant to go more up the middle or not. Wouldn't have thought that he would be that far off the line if you're going to serve to his backhand.
I think they had a little miscommunication. If, looking from up here, they're just giving one signal about whether or not he's going to stay. I'm not sure how much that is influencing where she serves. And another break point missed.
Deuce.
Having trouble really converting on that ad side.
Yeah, Gabriella's serve, she's getting a high percentage of first serves in too, which certainly is helpful. Let's see how Guillermo is lining up in the same spot. So I would think that she's going to want him to push this a little more towards the body or up the middle. Great shot. Great get by Aubrey.
Great get there. And she, really had the
Advantage,
presence of
Nesbitt.
mind to not try to do too much with that shot, but just dump the ball over the net. And, I think that perhaps if she had to do it again, Gabriella might have anticipated that a little more and, followed her shot up.
Small technique there too. She ran with a racket in front of her, so she was already there.
Again, great series of lobs.
Great lobs by
Results in the
Aubrey.
break.
Gets the break.
Game
Back to
Coons
2-all.
Nesbitt. 2 games all, final set.
another, I don't want to say unexpected turn, but you know, we've certainly had the momentum continue to shift throughout this match. We'll see if Coons and Nesbitt can really take advantage of it here as we move on to the set. We're 2-all, so obviously in a deciding set, you know, every game, you know, continues to increase in importance. And we've talked all day about Holden needing to hold his serve, and here we are. Continuing to try to pound that tee here on the deuce side.
On the first serve. Takes that one out wide.
I'm there.
Good gets by
15 love.
Santos, but you leave a short one there, and he's going to put that away.
15 love.
2-all.
2-all here in the third, Mark.
Looks like we're going to have a great finish, Bill.
I think so. Guillermo trying to drive that ball at Holden. I was actually surprised he didn't really stick with the up the line shot.
Yeah, they seem to have Aubrey backing up a bit there, but again, easy from here. He decided to mix it up, but he went for too much.
She really held her ground there on a couple of shots, and you know, that gives them a, you know, good solid start to the game. 30 love. Again, Holden with that service winner, those free points that we've talked about all along here. Oh, I'm sorry, that serve was long. So we're still at 30 love.
Expected out wide again. No, goes down the middle.
Might have caught her a little off guard with that based on what he's typically been doing here. But Holden's had some very tough service games here along the way. You know, at this point in the match, Mark, to get a comfortable, easy game, you know, would really, I think, work to the benefit of their team.
I agree.
And we'll see what happens here, see if he tries to go up the tee and get the ace here. Again, he was there. I think he was going into the body.
A little bit of sun coming out. Might affect the servers on our closest side. Easy hold for Coons Nesbitt to take a 3-2 lead back on serve.
Nesbitt lead 3-2. Final
set.
set.
For the changeover.
So it'll be interesting, Mark. I don't know how long this sun will stay out. If it does stay out, you know, that could be an interesting factor for the servers here on the near side of the court. You know, we know from playing here at the Country Club of York sometime in the afternoon, these conditions can get pretty difficult for you to pick up your toss when you throw it up there. But at this point, you know, I don't think it's enough to worry about. And certainly from the cloud cover we see, we don't think there's going to be any lasting sunlight here.
Yeah.
You know, kind of as we move on.
And we're back to Guillermo Nunez serve, and as we've talked about throughout these last two sets, there's been a lot of stress on his serve. So a pretty key game, even though it is the male serving, he has been under a lot of pressure on his serve. That's not lost on Coons and Nesbitt. A break here would be huge, but we're on serve, 2-3, third set. 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. Tremendous crowd out here, Bill, with the conditions being pretty good for viewing. We've got a lot of folks out here, which is great to see. And as you said, members of the club as well as guests and tennis aficionados.
Great volley there by Aubrey.
Oh, she stepped in and went for a bit too much there.
15
tried to do too much with that, Mark.
Yeah, she had it on
they
the
were
racket,
really
Bill. She read it perfectly. She was moving, and the ball went with her, right?
Right. Usually a ball that, you know, I'm sure she would convert.
$15 love, 2-3. Going for a little bit too much.
Unable to convert that volley.
30 love.
When she's had some balls she'd like back, she has been quickly responding back with terrific shots, though, so I don't expect anything different now. 30 love, on serve, 2-3.
Great serve there. Holden looking to try to make something happen with that forehand.
40 love.
Pretty easy game so far for Guillermo. Probably his first one in quite a long time now, serving.
Great hands there by Coons. Interesting play, but it worked out very well for Aubrey there.
Yeah, Guillermo went for the tough
40,
shot
15.
into the corner. He might have overthought that one. He had a pretty easy ball that he could have done some damage with. He chose to go for the soft ball into the corner and didn't work in his favor that time. 40-15.
But again, I think that as we watch, we're always in favor of, the players mixing it up and doing some different things, to create uncertainty rather than be predictable.
And it worked out just fine. A good serve and a pretty easy hold. And we're 3-all.
Gabe Nunez DeSantis.
Now, Bill.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
3 games all,
we have
final
the ladies
set.
serving. We've talked a lot about Aubrey and her serve. It's a critical stage of this match at 3-all. Potentially 3 games from the end either way. But we certainly expect it to stay tight. Huge, huge game here, Bill.
Huge game, and
expect Holden to be somewhat active at the net, right?
Yeah. And again, Aubrey trying to flex that shoulder. Last service game, she had 2 double faults here to the deuce side, which seemed to be more challenging for her than the ad side for whatever reason.
Correct. I don't know if it's the angle.
Like the strategy. See if she can drive it down the line.
We've got a rally from the baseline going. Now Aubrey decides to come to the net. And that caught. What a great shot by DeSantis.
Love 15.
Tremendous ball there.
Basically caught Holden up there, close to net, looking for the poach, trying to end the point.
Spun it the other way.
And she went the other way on it, and
great ball.
Yeah, it was a great ball. Looping ball, we couldn't see from up here whether or not it caught the line or not. It appears obviously that it did, and we're at love 15.
Gabriella pushes the fairly easy volley.
15 all.
She was there, and the inflection of her racket was a little too far up. Again, would like to have that one back. 15 all. Big point for Nesbitt there. And Gabriella will get a look at a second serve here, moving in. She's moving in quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, really, they're looking to take the advantage here. She's just really pushing that ball in at this point, and it's making it very difficult. Again, that one gets pushed long.
15-30.
And the stress on this game amps up a little bit more at 15-30, Bill.
Yeah, clearly.
Holden thinking about what he should be doing here. How active should he be? You don't want to overdo that, but he's probably thinking he wants to be active in this point.
And I think he stays put here, Mark. Try to get into that. Yep, he goes. That's not going to get it done, unfortunately. And
it's been interesting strategy-wise, as you've noticed.
15-40.
Is giving Guillermo all those overheads.
She's really got to push that ball more over toward Gabrielle. If she's going to continue to go with the lobbing strategy.
We've got a double break point here, Bill, at 3-all. Look at a second serve. Guillermo moves in tighter. Gabriella moves in tighter. A lot of stress here for Aubrey. 15-40. Guillermo pushes that wide. He'd like to have that one back.
Yeah, obviously really had Holden on the defensive.
Sure
A couple
did.
of really nice reflex volleys by Holden to
stay in it.
Keep his team in this game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if they can get it back to Deuce here.
One more ball, as Charlotte said earlier.
Keep him hitting one more ball.
One more ball. Aubrey's had, to your point, more success serving to this ad side. Let's see what Guillermo wants to do here. Wouldn't think he'd want to get into a backhand rally. Do you lob here over Holden maybe as a change up? Goes right at it, and Holden unfortunately got caught going a little early, and they get the break, Bill.
Game Nunez DeSantis.
Obviously, Coon's trying to
4
make
games to 3. Final
something
set.
happen there at net. Unable to do so. I was thinking that maybe he would stay put and try to get into that cross-court rally of backhands, you know, with his forehand to the middle of the court, which has proven so effective for them.
Yeah.
He may have been a little impatient there.
Yeah. Again, I'm sure he's feeling Aubrey's stress on the serve as well, though. But we're 3-4. Terrific match here, Bill. Wouldn't want it any other way. You want it to be tight here in the finals. The 1 and 2 seeds playing 8th annual Groft Charity Classic. Tremendous match. Looks like it's going to go right down to the wire.
Now this was a game that they were, I believe they were able to get the break on Gabrielle last time that she served. We'll see if they can do that. Again, it's a real, as you said, a very critical point in this match. You know, they're kind of moving into that, you know, that rotation, let me put it that way, that, you know, after Gabriella serves them, we have Holden again. And, you know, it's a little bit of a stronger position than, you know, they tend to be in when we're going through the part of the rotation where the females are serving.
Similar
nice
to the
there.
last point of the last game, Guillermo probably tried to
15.
do a little too much. Didn't need to. Exact same point going the other way, and now it's love 15. Again, he almost like he knew he was going to go there, and whatever it took. Great shot by Holden. Now we're into the backhand for Aubrey, which is where they want to be. To your point, Holden gets the ball back to your good point there.
Yeah,
Quickly,
that's
we're
15 all.
so effective for them throughout the course of this match.
It just sets up beautifully in doubles.
Correction, love 30.
You're serving to her, she gets into the back. It's just, there's a lot of success for them. And again, DeSantis and Nunez have not lobbed over Holden. Easier said than done. Great
point here.
That.
Still going.
Now she tries to lob. Just misses wide.
Wow,
Good
what a great point.
We're at triple break point right back here, Bill.
Love 40.
We've got a great match going here. There's no doubt about that.
That's a great point. The
Yeah.
reflexes at the net, just terrific. Playing ping pong on the tennis court.
We'll see what Aubrey does with this service return here. Tries to go above, but not getting it back deep enough, and Guillermo really easily puts that away.
Gets
15, 40.
40. Points, covered. Still double break. Holden likes his likes where he is right here. Let's see what he wants to do. Great serve, even better return. Boy, interesting that Gabriella chose to take that.
30,
back to
40.
Holden. He might have been thinking the same thing. They've gotten 2 of those break points covered, Bill, and now it's 1 break point.
again, that's been really the critical part of this match is Nunes and DeSantis have, seemed to find a way to win these long games, and we'll see if that's the case here.
Boy, Bill, they covered all three of those break points, and we're back to deuce.
Deuce.
There, obviously, I think Aubrey was concerned about what Guillermo was doing, and really didn't really get a good look at that ball. There was a lot of indecision on her part, and she hit that ball wide. We'll see if they can see what happens here. Holden should get a good look at Gabriella's serve here, and it's into the forehand. So.
Great volleys by Aubrey. Guillermo stays home. What a great shot. Good point again.
Advantage, DeSantis.
Terrific tennis, Bill.
Terrific tennis, and that's a tremendous forehand there that was hit by Holden, but Guillermo was just really waiting on it.
Yeah.
And able to convert that winner. That's a couple of times I think where Holden's tried to go behind him and has really been unsuccessful. And a lot of credit to Guillermo for really, staying put and making that volley. A really outstanding play.
Gabriella's been able to hold her own from the baseline in those rallies with Holden. I think that's the key, right?
I think from the signal I saw that Guillermo's going to go on this one. And good lob there. She's got they're into that backhand type of situation. She pulls it long, however.
Yeah. And Bill,
Game Nunez DeSantis.
They're at
Nunez
5-3 now.
DeSantis lead 5 games to 3. Final set.
Holden serve. Obviously, they'll try to hold.
Terrific hold there by DeSantis and Nunez, coming back from that 40-love deficit.
Yeah, fantastic.
To hang on and really what was absolutely the key point of the match.
Might end up being the story of the match. Holden will look to hold here, and again, they've had Nunez on the ropes with his serve quite a bit, so we're a long way from over here. Great get. Well, that
Love
point
15.
didn't develop quite the way I would have thought it was. Aubrey had a shot at a put away, put it deep. Guillermo read it the whole way, took it all the way back to the fence and the stone wall. Holden had maybe too much time to think about that one. We've all been there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love 15.
And again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, make them hit one more ball, and they were effective in doing that. Great play there by Coons.
15 all.
Tremendous shot making.
Holden's just so smart, creating the angle, hitting the ball up the middle, getting themselves set at net, and then getting the ball, getting his opponent moved to the middle of the court, and then having the angle to backhand volley that away. We're at 15 all here. See where he goes with this one. I think probably wide, but we'll see. Nope, go up the middle.
Oh, great angle. Great shot by Holden. That's a great shot by Gabriella there, and Holden.
30-15.
Volley. That was a really hard shot. Making it look easy out there, Bill. It's not.
It's not an easy thing. They're 30-15 here, hoping to continue to extend the match. Coons and Nesbitt down 3-5 here to DeSantis and Nunez here in the third set, and they're back against the wall a little bit, but they're up 35 in this game. We'll see if they can continue to move forward here.
Great hands
Too
by
good.
Aubrey. She's shown some deft hands
40-15.
up there at times. 40-15. Nice recovery from Holden after the overhead miss on the first point. Business as usual since then. Aubrey went for a bit much there and keeps Nunez and DeSantis in this game.
40-30.
40-30.
Yeah, that was
Didn't
a
have
ball
to
that
be
should
that.
be put away.
Yep, didn't have to be that. She knows.
I think certainly Aubrey would agree with me on that one. We'll see if Coons can come up with a good first serve here to try to allow them to get in control of this point, but you know, Nunez and DeSantis have made things very difficult for Coons and Nesbitt here last couple of sets.
Great
That's
shot.
just too much. That,
It's too good.
yeah.
Hayden's playing
Game
at a
Coons,
very, very
Nesbitt.
high level.
Watch.
So, Bill, we're at 5-4. Guillermo Nunez is going to be serving with his partner, Gabriela
Nunez
DeSantis,
DeSantis lead
for the match.
5-4.
Again, he's been
Final
under a
set.
lot of stress through these last couple of sets. Let's see what he comes up with here. Again, he's a crafty player, very versatile. Let's see what he has in store as we work through this.
So we have Nunez here serving for the championship, basically, and we'll see how this game unfolds. It's been a lot of fun here. Mark, it's been a tremendous tournament. You know, obviously we're getting close to some kind of finish here.
The only thing that gets close to the tennis, Bill, is sitting here with you and Cliff these last 2 days here at the Country Club of York. It's the only thing that gets close, and the tennis is awfully darn good, so it's been a pleasure as usual. Here we go. 5-4, Guillermo Nunez to serve.
As you know, I enjoy working with you as well.
Great serve, Bill. Just a tremendous serve. Again, not unexpected. He's
15 love.
Go into his bag of tricks, if you would, and try to pull a couple things out here. On this serve, Bill, down the middle to the forehand, you have to think, right?
Absolutely. I think that even if he takes a little off it, to try to get into that, you know, basically that mode that we want. Again, lobs are going over his head, and you know that's just not going to work. And
30 love.
You can see as Aubrey's going for the lob now. I mean, he's just taking his footing. He's getting himself set to, you know, to take that ball. He's anticipating it very well.
2 easy points there, Bill.
Yeah.
Not what Coons and Nesbitt. They want to make them work for this. We're a long way from over, but 30 love here.
Certainly off to a great start and a service game to win a match. And you and I know, you know, both what a great advantage that is.
Great angle there.
Good get by Coons, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, ball should have been
by Aubrey, but not enough. Guillermo decided he wanted to let Gabriela hit that one. He's been hitting all of them, and we're at triple match point, Bill. Great tennis. Guillermo has, I would tell you, raised his level, I think, this game with his serve. We haven't seen an easy game like this from him in a while.
And he's playing all the percentages. He knows it's a high-pressure game. You know, he's going with, you know, he's not trying to mix it up at this point. He's going with what, you know, the correct play is. And he's going to go into a forehand there, as you can see. And
great get.
Court wide open, and that should end it. Yeah,
that's tremendous tennis, Bill.
Game, set, match. Nunez DeSantis. 2 sets to 1.
Bill, I'm going to head down
5-7,
for the award
6-4,
ceremony.
6-4.
Okay.
Make a few words, and thanks so much, everybody.
Always a pleasure to work with Mark Wheeler. He's making it down for the award ceremony.
Thank you. Please give
as
another
president of the Country
nice
Club of
applause
York.
for our finalists
You know,
today.
he
What
will
a
be
match.
involved in the presentation.
What a great
here to the
weekend
winners.
for tennis. What a great weekend for the York Opioid Collaborative. And my job's easy. I'm Mike Groft, and all I do is look at all these banners. I look at all of you. 99% of you have contributed to help this great organization, help our community, which comes around and helps us again. So we really, really appreciate that. It's our 8th year. Weather gave us a little trouble yesterday, but we weathered that storm very well with the thanks of Phil Myers. He had 7 matches inside yesterday, but everything went well. The players are always so very cooperative with whatever the circumstances are, because they know what this is really all about. A big thanks to the members as well. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mark Wheeler, President of the Country Club of York and one of our biggest committee fans here.
Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I'm here purely to say thanks for all of the different folks. I'm going to start with the committee that puts this event on. Chairperson Tanya Wheeler, as well as her committee. Can I get a round of applause for the committee, please? For the fans and the spectators, both Country Club of York members as well as guests and visitors, thanks for putting up through the weather yesterday. Phil Myers for allowing us to get the matches in at Wisehaven. Tremendous event again this year. We continue to be very fortunate to bring such a caliber of players here with a tremendous local flavor. It's just a terrific event. And a quick round of applause for Brian Danahy and his staff here at the CCY who put on just a great show again this year. Two other groups I'd like to thank. Want to come all the way back around. Last year we changed the name of the event to the Groft Charity Classic. Could not be more appropriate for all that Mike has done for this event through the years. 8th annual as we raise funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. A round of applause for Mike Groft. Thank you, Mike. And lastly, again, as Mike said, for these great players, unbelievable tennis, such a high level. Thank you so much for returning players, new players who have come in. We hope that you had a great time. We hope that you enjoyed the facilities. You put on a great show for us. Another round of applause for these players. And lastly, I'm going to hand off to John Hickey with UPMC for the awards.
Thanks. I would add my thanks to everyone, in terms of the Country Club supporting us, hosting this, doing such a great job, making us feel so welcome and so special, and to be involved in such a great event and the work that the collaborative does. And, I won't belabor the point because we had plenty of tennis, so people are hot. Have these folks standing down here, so let's just get to it, Mike.
Okay, we have the finalist. It's different to give Mr. Coons anything other than a championship envelope here, but we have to do it sooner or later. There you are. Congratulations. And thank you for being here, as always, Holden. Thanks for having me. Yep, great sponsor. And Aubrey Nesbitt, thank you so much for being here. Your first trip here. I hope it's the first of many that you come back and grace us with your presence. So, great. Thank you. And now to the champions. We have Guillermo and Gabrielle. That be the best? And that's Nunez and DeSantis. Thank you so much for being here and supporting this cause the way you do. Indeed. Hope you guys are back next year. I think you have to come back. That's the way that works. So, again, yep. Thanks again. We appreciate everything. See you next year. Oh, thanks. I hope that everything worked out well for you and you found everything to be satisfied.